Hello everyone, in today's video I'm going to be creating this weather application. So you're going to see the current weather of the current city. In this case, I think we are in Madrid. You're going to see the current local time of that city, the current temperature. So we're going to display some icons dynamically depending on the weather. So if it's raining, clear sky, so the icon will be different. Also with the air pollution component, so this will change dynamically depending on the air pollution, and also the text here is dynamic. So we're going to change to different cities to see how dynamic this is. And then with the sunset time, sunrise time, with the wind and direction and speed of the wind, and then here with the hourly temperature update. In this case, it's going to update every 2-3 hours. We can scroll through this, okay? So, and then we have the UV index component. It's going to show depending on whatever UV index in that current city. And then we have the population of that city. And we have the feels like component, humidity component, visibility, and then pressure. And then here we're going to display the current map of the city. All right. And here we have the 5-day forecast of the weather in that city. So, okay. Here we're going to be able to click any of these cities, the top large cities. So for example, if I click on New York, as you can see, the data, the wind direction, it's going to rotate to represent that. And also all of the data is going to reflect the local city and the local time of that city. Okay. And the temperature is going to show, the map is going to fly through to whatever city we click on. If I click on Sydney, it's going to fly to Sydney. It's going to show Sydney. Barcelona, it's going to show Barcelona. So all of the data is going to be dynamic. By the way, if sometimes there's no data, you're going to see this skeleton loading screen, or you can put a text saying no data available. It's entirely up to you. Okay, so the other thing that we have in this app, we have search. So we can search for any city here. We are going to be using Lodash to kind of set a delay when we are searching. For example, if I look for Liverpool, we're going to be fetching data instantly, but we're going to put like a bit of a delay. And then we can click on Liverpool, and then it's going to show that data, Liverpool data. And then I can change it to another city, Manchester, and then it's going to fly to Manchester. We can search for another city as well. For example, if I go for Cairo, Egypt, it's also going to fly to Egypt, and it will show the data in the country. Okay, so the other thing that we have, okay, let me refresh this. Okay, so I'm going to refresh. So there's no data now. So the other thing we have dark mode and light mode, so we can switch between light and dark. So now let's go to light. You're going to see there's going to be a light mode. Let me go to Sydney. Okay, so none of them are showing the weather data, so the hourly updates is not available at the moment. But yeah, that's why you don't see it. But we have light mode, dark mode. All right. Perfect. This project is also responsive. We can inspect, and then we're going to make the screen smaller and smaller. Okay, as you can see, it's quite responsive. Okay, we can go for smaller screens. As you can see, it's responsive. If I click Barcelona, it's going to take us to the top. Okay, and we can still change the light and dark theme. Yeah, I think that's it for this project. If you have any more questions, or if you want to request a project, just let me know in the comments. And if you're new to the channel, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you in the video. Alright, so before we start creating the skeleton of application, I'm just going to show you where I got the inspiration from. So I got the inspiration from the repo from Darius. So you can go and check it out. You can start this, it's public. Okay, so let's move on to Eraser. I'm just going to be creating a new file here to create a skeleton. I'm going to Canvas. I'm just going to create a frame, the main frame. And then here we're just going to have like a search component. Search here, so something like this. Then I'm just going to increase the width. Something like this, I think. We'll do increase the width as well. Something like this. And then we're going to have a component, component here. And I'm just going to center this, so something like this. Okay, center, search, like that. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this. This should be like the temperature component. I'm going to increase the height. So you can name this temperature. Temperature. All right, so we have the temperature component. This here. Let's decrease the width and also the height. So something like this. Let's duplicate and let's increase this height a little bit more. Duplicate. All right, so we have something like this. So what I'm going to do now, I think I will also increase this height a bit more again. Let's see what we have. Okay, I think this will do. This will serve the purpose. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to half this, something like this, half, and I'm just going to decrease a little bit from the half, like that. And then I am going to duplicate half this again, something like that. And then duplicate, something like this. All right, and I'm going to delete this, duplicate, okay, so something like that. We this should, let me duplicate this too again, duplicate. All right, something like that. Okay, so duplicate this. Okay, so it would have been more useful to have some kind of dimensions to see how much dimensions we have. Okay, currently there's no dimensions. All right, so let's duplicate these two. Actually, no, these two duplicate. So it's quite tricky to kind of get them to match. All right, so we have let's do air pollution component, air pollution. So this should be hourly forecast, and then this should be population, and then wind. So this should be sunset, and then this should be UV index. All right, I'm going to copy these 4, duplicate once more. Okay, so I'm kind of using my eyes to do this gap. All right, so we need to do feels like, and now we're going to do humidity, visibility, and then we're going to do population. So this is just going to give you like the rough idea. of the, let me see, actually, let's move this up a bit. All right, so something like this will do. You can group this by Ctrl G. This is going to be like a group. You can also, also group these two, Ctrl G, Ctrl G. So these are separate groups. All right, so now we have that. So let's do the map component. So we're going to have like a map. So this map is going to cover like this, like 2 items. Actually, it's going to cover 3, like this. Okay, so this is going to be the map. So something like this. So this is the map. And then for the map component, I'm just going to, let me just cross this out. So put a line here. You can pick a different color for this one. You can put the orange. And then I'm going to pick the line again. So the color, I'm just going to make this different. So something like this. Okay, so you can double click to edit this. Okay, double click. Oops, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Okay, so something like that. Alright, so that's the map component. You can group this. So you can, oops. So make sure you select everything and then group it. Oops, Ctrl G. I don't know why Ctrl G is doing the search. My keybands are wrong, something like that. But anyway, you can do Ctrl G to group. I don't know why my Ctrl G is not working. Let me move this a bit more down. I don't know why it's not clickable. Anyways, let me create some buttons here. So here we're going to have a few buttons. So we're going to have button 1, duplicate. So something like this. So let's just make sure it matches. All right. Control D. Okay, so something like this. All right, so we have a list of buttons. So button 1, with button 2, 3, 4, 5. So something like this. Oops, this is too close. All right. Copy these two and duplicate. Button 5, and then this should be button number 4. And then you can reduce the height. All right, so something like this. So that's the map area. And then we're going to duplicate this component. And then this should be the weekly focused. Weekly. Actually, it should be 5-day. So we have the 5-day focused. And finally, we're going to have the footer. So we have the footer. This is actually the entire structure of the app. Alright, so we have the search bar, some components. So these are separate components. Oops. These are separate components. So each of these boxes are different component, okay, which can be reused if there's a chance to reuse them. Okay, I'm just going to modify this again. Okay, something like that. Anyway, so with the footer, we are also going to be using different APIs. So this should be something like we're going to be using, let me copy the URL for the API. So we're going to be using OpenWeather API for, so let's do for pretty much everything here. We're going to be using the OpenWeather API. Yeah, I'm just going to make this large. Okay, so the text is now large. So this is the main API. So all of these components, actually, let me put another arrow here. So all of these components they're going to be using OpenWeather API, and then but for the UV index we're going to be using a separate API. I'm just going to do this. Let's do something like all right. So for this component, we're going to be using a separate API. I'm just going to paste in the text here. So this is the API we're going to be using, Meteor. That's for the UV index. All right. So yeah, this is the entire layout of our application. We have the components. The API for the whole application is going to be from OpenWeather, and then for the UV index, we're going to be using the OpenMeteor API. All right, so I think yeah, that's it for the skeleton of the app. I'll see you in the video. All right, so now just open VsCode and select whatever folder you want to save your project in, and then we're going to run npx and then create the next app. We're going to be using the latest version, and then you can name this whatever you want. So I'm going to name this weather app, and then let's hit enter. We're going to be using TypeScript, and then Tailwind CSS, yes. App router, yes. And then let's wait for the project to be created. So it depends how quick your internet is. And then let's just wait. Okay, so once the project is created, we can cd into that app. So cd with the app, and then we're now in the directory, but I don't want to see all of these folders. What we can do is open folder, and then I'm just going to browse to that folder, whatever folder your project is in, and then I'm going to look for that app and then select folder. And then what I'm going to do now, let's go terminal, and then we're going to run npm run dev to run the project. and wrong spelling. So npm run dev. We're going to be using the OpenWeather API, by the way, so we need to run this on localhost 3001 because the localhost 3000 is in use for the final project. Okay, what we're going to do now, let's delete everything. Let's go in the app, in the main. I'm going to get rid of everything, but I'm going to leave the main. Actually, just get rid of everything, and then we'll just create the main from scratch. Main, like that. All right, so we're going to be using shadcn for the UI. So let's look for shadcn. All right, so let's go shadcn, go to docs, installation, Next.js. So we've done this, we've created the project. So now we just need to initialize, install the shadcn package, open the terminal, and then paste the command. Okay, so also let's go for the OpenWeather API. So just type on Google OpenWeather API, and then click the first link. You need to create an account if you don't have an account, and then sign in and get the API key. Okay, and this one we're going to go default, and then we're gonna go zinc, and then CSS variables, yes. Okay, so let's create an env file .env. So we're going to put our API key in here that you get from OpenWeather API. Sign in, go to the dashboard, and then just copy whatever key, or you can generate a new key. I'm just going to paste in my key. I already have a key. I don't want to sign in now, so I'm just going to paste in the keys. This key will not work, by the way. Just the name will work, but the key, it's not going to work because I'm going to change this after the video. I'm going to generate a new key. This is just to show you the process. By the way, you can name this environment variable whatever you want, okay, in the env file. I'm gonna get rid of this image. Let's just run this project, npm run dev. So this one is going to be, oops, we're already running, by the way, so we'll open a new terminal. Let's go back to localhost 3001. It's empty. So this is the final. Let's start by creating the navbar, this one. Okay, so for this one, we're going to go to the app. Let's create a new folder. It's going to be components. Oops, I can't even spell components. Like that. And then we're going to have the navbar.tsx. Here we're going to render the navbar. Okay, there's no auto completion because we haven't created a function yet. It's going to be a client component, and then it's going to be a functional component, and now we can get autocomplete like that, navbar, and then we should see navbar here. There it is. Okay, so for the navbar, I'm thinking we should actually start with a theme. So we have the dark theme by default. So let's go to shadcn. Let's go dark theme, dark mode. Here, let's install the themes for us to be able to use the theme. Okay, install themes. Okay, so the next step, we need to create a theme provider. Copy this. So in here, we're going to create providers. Okay, like that. And then we're going to create a theme provider .tsx. And then this is going to be a client as well. So just paste in that code. All right, so now let's save. For us to be able to use the theme by default, we're going to have a dark theme. So like this is our default theme. So what we need to do, let's go to the page. Actually, in the layout, we need to go to the layout, not page. So in the layout, that's where we're going to define our theme. So children, we are going to do theme provider like this, and then we're going to put children. So attributes, it's going to be class, and then default theme is going to be dark. Okay, and then we're going to enable system, and then disable transition on change. Disable transition on change like that. Okay, so as you can see now, it's dark because we are going to be using the dark theme. Okay, so that's the theme provider. So let's start with the navbar components. I'm just trying to think what we can start with. Let's start with, okay, let's open the navbar. Okay, so we need the button. We need the button component. So here, button code. We need to copy the install. We're going to be using npm. You can use whatever package manager you want. And then we're going to install the button, add the button. Okay, so we should have the components for Tailwind. It's in the root directory. So this is Tailwind components. Okay, we have a button component. Okay, the other thing that we want, we are going to have this search dialog here. Okay, so we have this search dialog, and also we have the theme drop down. This one. This one. Okay, so let's start with the button, and then we go to theme drop down. All right, so actually here in the navbar, let's give it a class name. So we're going to give width 100%. So width is going to be width full. That's width 100%, and then padding, py. So that's top and bottom. We're going to set that to 4, and then we're going to display flex, and then we're going to set items to center, and then justify between. Okay, align items center, and then justify between, and then in the navbar we're going to have the left side, which is going to be empty. This is just a placeholder div, and then we're going to have the search container. Okay, so for the search container, we're going to have flex, and then shrink 0, and then we're going to have width full, and then gap 2, and then for smaller screens, I'm just going to say fit, sm fit, oops, smaller screen, sm fit, yeah, like this. Okay, it should be width like that. All right, so now the button, let's render the button component. Button, so this is coming from the components, shared CN components. So let's see if we have a button. So there's our button here, it says search. All right, so we need to customize this button a little bit. Class name, let's name this button source code, and then we're going to do flex. Let's do item center, gap 2, something like that. Okay, and then we're going to do a click. So we need to do use router. So we need to do use router coming from next navigation. Use router, we're going to const router, because we need to route to whatever link that we want to go to. So in this case, when I click this button, we are going to go to GitHub. When I click, it's going to take a callback function, and then we're just going to router.push. So we're going to push to GitHub. So HTTPS, something like this, github.com, but we're going to update this link later on. Okay, so we have that. So we're also going to have a GitHub icon. I'm going to name this button source code. So for us, for the icons, we're going to be using, I think it's React Icons. I can't remember what icons I'm using. I don't think it is React Icons. Let me check. I'm just trying to check my package.json to see what icons I was using in the original project. I don't even know what icons I've used. Okay, let me check. Utils, icons. Okay, I'm using Lucid React. Lucid React. Oops. Lucid React. Okay, so let's install Lucid React for us to be able to use the icons. Wrong package manager, so make sure it's npm. Npm copy paste. All right, so I'm going to create in the app a new folder called utils. Okay, utils, and then we're going to create icons.tsx. Okay, so in here we're going to import a lot of icons. So in this case, I'm going to say export const. So this should be GitHub like this, equal to, and then like this, we're going to do GitHub. It should be GitHub from Lucid React like this. That's how we're going to import. Let's see why GitHub is deprecated. That's weird. I don't know why it says it's deprecated. Let's see some other icons. Export const sun. Okay, some icons are working. I don't know why GitHub is deprecated. I'm just going to give it a size as well. Size 15. Okay, and then this one size 15. All right, so I'm just going to also paste in some rest of the icons here. Okay, so we have wind. So we're just importing the icons, a list of icons here. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're just importing a list of icons. A list of icons, and then I'm just going to set those icons to variables, export them with specific sizes of those icons. So the icon, it takes like a size prop. You can go to the Lucid documentation, or you can check whatever props you can use. So you can use size, color, width, stroke width for the props. So in this case, I just want the size prop, and then this, I'm just exporting these variables. I can just call this variable, choose the icon. So in the navbar here, I just want GitHub. Okay, so GitHub, and then save. So hopefully we should have the GitHub icon. There it is. So it shows the GitHub icon and then source code. So what we need to do is just go to the page. We need to style this, by the way. Class name. So for page, let's start with the margin. Let's start with the margin left and right. So MX, I'm going to set that to 1 rem. Okay, 1 rem. And then LG, so that's a large screen. Let's do MX. We're going to set that to not equal to, but we're going to set that to rem. And then we're also going to set XL. We're going to set MX to 6 rem, like this, and then 2 XL, we're going to set the MX, excuse me, MX to 16 rem, like that. And then we're going to set the margin to auto, left and right. M auto, so margin left, right to auto, so it's going to be centered. Okay, so there's spacing on the sides. Okay, what's next? Let me check. The next one is going to be this theme drop down here. We can go light and dark. Okay, so it's called, I think, I can't remember the name of drop down menu. It should be dark mode, Next.js. Okay, so this is the button here. Drop down, so we need to install drop down menu. Okay, so let's go to drop down menu. Drop down menu. There it is. So we need this drop down menu here. So we need to go to manual. Actually, just copy this and npm and then install the drop down menu. While we're doing that, we're just going to create a new folder in here. Let's name this theme drop down, like this. And then we're going to create a new component here, .tsx. And then we're going to create a functional component and export. And then we're going to use client. Let's save this. Okay, so now we have the theme drop down. We need to go to the page and make sure we're using this theme drop down. Actually, let's put in the nav. So nav, above the button here, we're going to do theme drop down, like this. We'll render that. Okay, so I'm going to close Lucid React. Okay, so it says theme drop down here. All right, so hopefully our component has been installed. So now let's go to the theme drop down. Okay, so let's copy some stuff here. I'm just looking to see what we can copy. Preview. But we need to go to the theme, dark mode, next. Scroll down. We need to copy this. So code, copy, go to the theme, oops, go to the drop down here and then paste. Let's rename this to theme drop down. Like that. Okay, so we need to install this one. Okay, copy this and then npm I. Actually, we don't need it. We're not going to be using these icons, by the way, so we don't need this. Okay, I'm just checking to see what else we don't need. So with the button, toggle theme. So let's just see. We have an error. Element is in type in expected string. Let's inspect here. Okay, so let's see the issue. So use client. export function, theme dropdown. Okay, let's also check if the name is matching. Okay, function, let's export as default here. All right, so there it is. So we have dark and light. We can switch between these. Okay. What we need to do now is to change. We need to remove actually the system button. We don't need system. Get rid of the system button. So everything else we need. Okay. So with sun icon. By the way, you can change these icons to whatever icons you want to use. But I think I'll just leave these, or I can just import. Actually, I think I'll just import. So let's import. Instead of sun icon, I'm just going to import the sun coming from the icons from Lucy React. Sun, Lucy React. And then we have the moon, Lucy React, and then save. Leave the property, but we're using different icon. All right. Now I think that's it for this one. Let me put it to dark. Okay. So what we need to do now is I'm just going to create the input. By the way, I'm not going to be using the existing command in Shadcn. I'm going to create this by myself. This little command here. So what we're going to do is go back to navbar. We're going to create a new component. I'm just going to name this search dialog, or search button actually. Search button. I think that makes sense. Or dialog. I just said search dialog because it's going to trigger the search dialog. So I'm just going to name that search dialog. All right. In there, where is it? Search dialog. It's going to be a component in there. .tsx use client, and then we're going to do the functional component, export, navbar, close the icons. Okay, so for this dialog, we can render this. Let's render this here. Search dialog. Okay, so let's group these two. We can group this in btn group. All right, and then we're going to display flex side by side, item center, and then gap we're going to set 2. All right, and we should have the same thing. Okay, now we have the search dialog. So in there, we need to import a dialog. So we have a dialog trigger. So here we're going to go to dialog. So we have the trigger and then the dialog. Okay, let's go down here, copy npm, and then we're going to install the dialog. And then what we need to do, search dialog, I'm going to give it a class search button btn, like this, search btn. Okay, and then for us, we need to import a few things from Shadcn. All right, so we need the button. and then we need the command. So let's see. So with the dialog, and then we need the command. This is the command. So this list here. Okay, so copy this. Command npm. We need to install the command. All right. Perfect. So now we need the dialog. It should be coming from the components folder here. We should have a dialog. There it is. Dialog. And then we should have a dialog trigger. So we should copy this from here to make it easier. Dialog. Okay, so you can copy this here, the trigger. So I'm just going to copy the trigger. Dialog trigger. We need to import this, by the way. Trigger. And then the button. We need to import the button from the components. We need to also import the command icon. Okay, so we have a p tag. A p tag that says search here, which is this p tag here says search here. And then we have the command icon. Okay, so this icon here, this little icon command here. And then we have a span, this F key here. This is this little F here. And then let's save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. So we have this little F key here. So when I click this dialog, it should trigger something, by the way. So we have text more, text muted for search here. And then we have the border, inline flex, item center, justify center, text small, font medium. When we hover, the color is going to go to 1-3. Probably I shouldn't have copy and pasted this. It's a lot of code. It's going to go to this dark color here when I hover. So BG is a custom color, 133, 131313. And then also I'm going to this hover state here. And then the ease in and out, and then duration 200 milliseconds. Okay, as you can see, when I hover, it goes to this color here. Okay. By the way, let me see if it works on dark light mode. Yeah, it does work on light mode because, let's see, by default, the background it's set to dark, but when in, oops, where is it? There should be a condition somewhere. Let me check. I don't know where the condition is for the background color. Okay, so here, so if it says dark, on dark, the background is going to be like this. Otherwise, it's going to be like this. Okay, so if it's dark, this is the background. Otherwise, it's going to be this. That's why it's also changing. Okay, and we also set the rounded padding Y 2 pixels, L left 5, and then padding right 107 pixels, rounded small, margin left 10 rem, flex items center, and then gap 2. Next time I won't be copying and pasting this. This is a lot of code for copy and paste. Okay, so we have the dialog trigger, and then we have the dialog content. Dialog content. Make sure it's coming from the components. Content. For the content, we are going to have the command. So command, make sure it's also coming. It's also coming from the components in here. So here we're going to give it a class. So the class for this one, I'm just going to set the padding to 0, p0, and then for the command, we're going to have a class name. We're going to set that to rounded large, rounded OG, and then we're going to give this a border, and then we're also going to do shadow MD, a small shadow. Okay, so that's for the command. There's a command here. All right, so when I click, it's triggering because we have the trigger here, the dialog trigger, and then this is the content, whatever content it is in here in the command, it's going to show. All right, and then we're going to have the command input. Make sure it's coming from the components, and then we're just going to give placeholder, and then placeholder. Let's close this. Okay, so we don't have the on change yet. But it's working. Okay, so that's our command list. What we need to do now is to, let's see, we need a list. Okay, so after the input, we're going to have a list UL, and then class name, and then we're going to do px, and then actually px3, and then p bottom pb. We're going to set that to 2. All right, and then we're going to have a p tag. I don't know if you'd have a p tag in here, by the way, semantically speaking. And then we are going to have a class name p2, and then we're going to do text sm. Oops. Text sm, and then we're going to do text muted, and then we're going to do, actually should be foreground like this, and then we're going to just say suggestions like this. When I click, it says suggestions here. Okay, let's see if we can go to dark mode, suggestions. Okay, perfect. Now we're not ready to show the list yet. We don't have the list. So here when I click, there's a list of our default cities here. So we're not ready for that yet, but we do have the command. Okay, so I think the navigation is complete. You can change this placeholder if you don't like it. Okay, I think I will stop for now. Before I stop, let's create a new, let's just say initial commit, new repo for this. By the way, we don't want to push the env. So if you have your key, your private key, make sure it doesn't go into you don't push the env. So we need to create a .git ignore git ignore. Oops, it's already there, by the way, so the spelling was incorrect. So .env is just a .env like this. Save. So let's see if it's there. Okay, it's no longer here. Perfect. So now let's just commit this to a new repo. Let's publish, and then let's make this public. Weather app. All right, we should have a new repo. Perfect. Before I go, I'm going to create also a new folder. Actually, no, here I'm just going to create a new file, default. I'm just going to name this default states or countries, whatever, JSX. So the default countries are going to be the ones that are going to be shown here. These are default countries. So what we're going to do in here, I'm just going to put some random countries, and then I will add some coordinates for that country. Okay, so let's start with okay, let me check my list. So we have, I'm just gonna say const. Actually, let's export this as default. Actually, yeah, const default states like this, and then we're going to have, it's going to be an array of objects actually, and then we're going to have name, oops, name, and then we're going to have Madrid, and then country. Let's just name this Spain, like this, and then state Madrid, and then latitude, and then longitude. Okay, like that. And then I'm just going to paste in the rest of the values. The auto-generated, I don't know how accurate these coordinates are. They're auto-generated. All right, so we have the default states. We're just going to export this as default. Export like this. So now that we have exported those, let's see. Actually, oops. We've exported those. What do we need? I'm just going to set up a lot of stuff before I go, and then in the next video, I'm going to start by building this. So in the app directory, we need the API folder because we have this private key. We cannot access this in the private, in the public. We can actually use this publicly, but we cannot use this .env for private keys. If you want to make this public, but you cannot make this key, you can make it public, but it's bad practice. So this key should be private. No one should see this key. So that's why we're going to be doing this on the server. So that's why we need to create the API here. API. Otherwise, you won't be able to access this key like this if it doesn't have public in it. So it should be next API key public, something like that. Let me check. Next app public key. I don't know, I can't remember the name. Next environment variable public. There should be a prefix. There should be a prefix for this. I can't remember. Yeah, it should be next public like this. So if you do decide you don't want to, maybe for some reason you just want to test, you don't want to do this on the server, to access this key on the server, you can just do like this, next public like this, and then you give the name of the key, whatever you want to name it. So in this case, we're not going to make this private. That's why we're going to do this on the server. Okay, so we have the API folder. The other thing that we want, let's see, we are going to also create a utils. Actually, we have a utils folder in here. So now we have the utils folder. I'm just thinking what utilities that we're going to be needing. I'm just going to create another file here. Let's name it misc.tsx. Okay, so in here we're going to create some utility functions in here. So we're going to also needing another package called moment. It's going to allow us to work with time and dates. So npm i moment. So we should install. Okay, so now we have moment. We're going to create another folder. So another folder we're going to be creating is called context in the app. So context. All right, context like this, and then we're going to be creating global context.js. I don't want type checking in this one. I'm not going to be using TypeScript because it's going to complain. It's going to make our code ugly for this one, so I don't want to be using TypeScript in this one. We're going to be using normal JavaScript. All right, so in here, we're going to be using use client. I've just set up the context, and then I'll take a break because it's around, what time is it now? It's like 1 a.m. in the morning. Yep. So use client, and then here we're going to import, not export. We need React. So we're going to start by creating const and then global import React. All right, and const, we're going to create a context global to manage our state. Global context equal to we're going to do React React, and then we're going to do create context. Create context. By the way, if you don't want to do react.create context, you can just say use context as a hook. Use context like this. Make sure you import like this. What is this? Oops. Okay, like this. So use context, and then actually not to use context. We need to create context. I don't know why I'm getting confusing. Create context from React like this. I don't know why it's importing separately. Okay, so with global context, should be context. I don't know why my spelling is so bad. Global context, and then context update. So we need a way for us to update the state. So we need the context for updating the state as well. So this should be like this, context as a method. And then we're going to export const, and then we're going to do global context provider, global, and then context provider like this. Can't even spell. Context provider, and then it's going to take in children. Children is going to be like our whole application like this. And then we want a way to use this context. Okay, so we're going to be creating a function to use the context and also update the context. So we're going to export const use global context. So this is going to allow us to use the context. Okay, and it's going to be an arrow function, and then we're going to say use context like this, and then we're going to pass in the global context. We're returning the use context, by the way. Oops. Global context like this. Okay, and update, and then we're going to return context update like that. Okay, this is ES6, so we don't need to do this and then return here. We can just return like that. All right, so now we have the context for using the state, and also context for updating the state. All right, so now in here we are going to return. In here we're just going to return. Okay, and we're going to return global context, and then dot provider. Okay, and then here we're going to also do the update global context update, and then dot provider, and then we're going to pass in the children. Okay, like that, and then save. So let's create some initial state. Const, I'm just going to name this state, set state. We need to use state hook, state like this. So let's start by saying hello. It should be just normal hello. Let's do value. That's how we are going to pass the state, value, and then let's pass in the state like this. Okay, so how do we access this state, this value here? We're going to access this using this use global context. So we need a way to use this context, but as you can see, the children is going to be our whole application. So we need to wrap around our application with this global context provider. So how do we do that? So remember, in the providers here we have a theme provider, we can create another one called context provider, or you can just use that context provider in here rather than creating a new file. Okay, it still wraps around the children, so you can still do that here. Let's import global context provider from let's see, app, and then we have the context, and then global context. We need, because we're not exporting this as default, so we need to import like this, and then we should have global context provider like this. Oh, by the way, you might as well create a new file here, global context provider. Just go to, and then after that, once you create a new file, go to layout, where's layout, go to layout, and then just wrap around the entire application with context provider. Okay, because it's taking the children as a, it's taking children here. What is it? It's taking children here, so we need to just wrap around the entire application, which is the children. So let's see if our context is working. So what we need to do, remember we're using client here, so this is a server component. The layout is a server component. We cannot access the state, so we need somewhere. Let's go in here. This is a client component, so we can access this here. So here we have use global context, this one here. We can just say const and then equal to with state. Okay, so make sure you use global context. You're importing, use global context from the global context in here. So here we can just COG and then state. Okay, save. As you can see, it's saying hello. By the way, I'm using an extension called Console Ninja, so I don't need to go to the browser and check what's coming out on the console. So by the way, our state is working. Okay, so that's it for the context. We've done the initial setup. I want to get rid of this initial state, hello. Get rid of this. Actually, I'm going to leave in the use state. The other thing that I need is going to be in the MISC, but we're going to fix that later. Actually, I'll just get the URL for the OpenWeather API, and then let's see, state, get rid of this, just say hello, and then we also need another package called Axios. We're going to be doing some requests on the front end. Okay, so now let's start by creating this component, but we need to fetch the data first. So to do that, we're going to be doing that on the server and then on the client, because we have this secret API key here. So we need to access that on the server. This should not be public. So let's go to API folder and then create two folders. So we have the pollution and the weather folder. Okay, so these folders are empty. Just create these two folders for now. So in the weather, we're going to create route.ts. Okay, and we're going to be creating an async function here because we're going to be fetching data. So we're going to export async function. So this is going to be a get request, get, and then request, and then we're going to import next request from next server like this. All right, so now with the get request, we are going to try catch. Okay, and then we're going to have a console in here. So this console, we're going to basically just outputting an error. So if there's something wrong with fetching the data, let's do error fetching forecast data. Forecast data. like this. We're not going to be console logging the error object, but for now this is what we're going to do, and then we're going to return a new response, and then here we're just going to do error actually, or we can just do the status, and then we're just going to say 500 like this. Okay, so now for us to fetch the data, we're going to be using Axios. So what we need is a link, the endpoint. So go to OpenWeather API, and then go to current weather data API doc, and then we need this link here, this URL. Now we're going to create const URL equal to a template literal, and then we're going to put this in here, and then here we are going to have API key, and then we're going to have a latitude and longitude in here, but we don't have those variables yet. So let's do const lat equal to, I'm just going to put some random values for that. So I'm going to open the utils. Where is it? So here I'm just going to copy, let's say Madrid. I'm just going to copy this. This is going to be our default starting point. So we have this is going to be default values for now, and then we're going to change this later to make this dynamic. So this is going to be hard coded at the moment. Okay, let's save this. And the other thing that we need is the API key. So const API key equal to process. I don't know why I've named OpenWeatherMap, but go to the .env, copy this API key. You can name this API key whatever you want, by the way. And then I'm just going to paste this API key. Oops, paste the API key. So this is how we get the access to the API key, process.env, and then the name of the key. And then here in the end, we just pass in the API key like that, and then we save. So now the only thing that's left to do is to fetch the data. So we have the data that we need here. So we have the latitude and the longitude and also the key. So let's see if this is working. So COG, and then let's do URL. Okay, so this is a GET request. So for us to be able to see this, we need to perform a GET request. So let's go to the browser. So here when I refresh, we're doing a GET request, but when we are not fetching this on the server, so on the client. So we need to go to the client. So go to the global context. Let's create a new state here. I'm just going to name this focus data, focused, and then we're going to set focused. It's going to be an empty object for now because it's going to return an object. So if I go to the API, it's going to show you, it's going to return an object with this data here. All right. So we're going to say const and then fetch focused. It's going to be async like this. Async is going to be an async function. Okay, so we have fetch focus, and then we need to do a use effect. We're going to fetch the initial render. We're going to fetch the focus. We're going to run this function here. So how are we fetching this data? We're going to also using Axios. So you try catch here. We're going to do COG. We can output an error here. Error fetching focused data like this, and then we can do const, and then const response equal to await because we're using async. So we're not going to be using fetch API. You can if you want to, but we're going to be using Axios, and then we're going to do a get request, and then we're going to get the API, and then slash I think it's weather. That's the name of our endpoint, like this. So that's our endpoint. So we're doing a GET request from this endpoint here, and then let's cog response.data like this. Okay, so what we need to do is just to refresh this to do a GET request. Refresh. So there's an error. Let's see here. There's an error as well, but let's see if our URL is complete. So we have the data, we have the latitude, longitude, and then the key. So it looks to be correct, but we just need to do the fetching here. We just need to fetch the data. So here we're going to do const. Let's name it. You can name data or response, whatever you want. Const response equal to await, and then we're going to do axios, and then .get URL, and then we're going to do return, and then next response. Make sure you import next response from next server, and then response.data. So now let's save. So hopefully when I refresh, we shouldn't see an error. So now, as you can see now, we have an object. So we have a response. So the data here, by the way, you can check this in the console, but I'm using an extension called Console Ninja. Okay, so this is the data we have. So we need to put that data into the state. Okay, so the state we created, it's called focused. So we're just going to say set focus to response to data like that. So now we actually have the data for the focus, the current focus data. So we can start by displaying that data actually. So now let's send that data. For us to be able to access the data here, we're just going to say focused in here. So now the data is going to be accessible anyway in our application. So let's start with, okay, so we need a grid. So here, let me inspect. So we have main. So in the main we have this div and this div. Okay, so we need to create this. So let's go to page and sort it out. So page, I'm going to close this page. I'm going to have a div here, a div, and then we're going to do class name, and then we're going to do pb, and then it's going to be 4, and then flex, and then flex column, and then we're going to do gap. So for the gap, this one I'm just going to do 4, gap 4, and then md. It's going to be flex row, whoops, flex row, like that. All right, so now we have that, and this is the main one. We're going to have another div in here. So for this one, it's going to contain this this one here, and then this one here. So we have this section here, and then we have this section here. So for this section, this is the div, and then we have another div for this section here. Okay, so let's start with this, and then we're going to do class flex, and then flex column, and then we're going to do gap 4, and then we're going to do width 4, and then min width, min, and then we're going to do width, and then I'm going to put a custom min width to 18 rem, and then md, and then we're going to do width, custom width, we're going to do 35 rem. I'll leave it like that for now. Okay, and then I'm going to save, and then for this one I'm going to do class name, and then we're going to do flex, and then flex call, like that. Okay, I'm going to save. So for now, let's start with the component called Tempreture. Close this folder here, create a new folder, Tempreture. Okay, I don't know if this is the correct spelling. Temperature. Okay, I don't know if this is correct spelling. Let me double check actually. Okay, it seems to be the correct one. Okay, so now we have the component. Let's create a new here .tsx. Okay, and then we're going to use client for this. Use client. Oh my days, use client, and then we're going to functional component export, and then we need to render that component in here. Okay, so we're going to render that. Okay, oops. So we have temperature. Okay, so we are rendering that component in here. Okay, perfect. So we should see temperature. There it is. That's the component. So open that component. Open the component, and then we're just going to say const. We're going to say focused. Focused. Oops. Well, remember, we have the focus data already in our state. So we're going to say use global state. Use global context. So we are getting the focus data here. So we're going to sort of implement a skeleton loader if we don't have the data. So let's go here. Let's look for skeleton. Skeleton. We need to install skeleton npm, and then let's create a new terminal, and then just hit install. But we're not going to be using the skeleton for now. Now let's just do a bit of checking if we don't have the data. So if not focused, if not focused, and then or not focused, actually not weather. Let me check weather like this, and then we're going to return a div, but this weather is going to be coming from the focus itself. Is also going to say const. We're going to extract. We're going to destructure main, and then time zone, and then we're going to destructure the name, and then we're also going to destructure the weather, and then it's going to be coming from focus. So here we're just checking if we don't have the focus or the weather. We're going to return a div loading like this. Okay, so now by the way, if you don't like this, you can do this. By the way, you can do it like this, and then you return a loading div in here. Cool. So now it's time to display our data. So there's going to be a lot of checking and time conversion. Okay, so let's start by doing class name. Padding top is going to be 6, and then we're going to do pb padding bottom. It's going to be 5, and then we're going to have a border, and then it's going to be rounded lg, and then we're going to do flex column, and then we're going to do justify between, and also, so when it's dark, when the theme is dark, when the theme is dark, we're going to do bg dark, bg, when the theme equal to dark, theme equal to dark, and then the background, we're going to set that to bg dark gray. Okay, I don't know if we have this bg dark gray, or we need to create we need to extend the Tailwind config. Okay, let me check. bg dark gray. let me just, okay, so yeah, we need to extend this. So let's go to, we don't have the color for that, so we need to go to Tailwind config. What is it? Oh, there it is. Tailwind config. So we need to extend the colors. So here we're going to create a new color. It's going to be dark gray, like this. Okay, so and then you just paste in the color you want to put. So in this case, I'm going to paste in a color. Okay, so now if it's dark, the background color is going to be set to BG dark gray, this one. Okay, so now it's showing. Perfect. So we have extended with a new color. And then I'm going to add a shadow. By the way, you can sort of go to the next line. Okay, you can go to the next line, and then we're going to have shadow small, and then on dark, and then shadow is going to be none. We're not going to have a shadow, okay, when it's dark. Okay, so now there it is. We have a border. So on light mode, on light mode, we should have a small shadow, but on dark, we are not going to have a shadow. Okay, so now that's that. What we need, we're going to have a p tag. This one is going to have a current day, and also the local time. This one, local time. Okay, so we're going to do some few calculations for that. So we need to create some utilities. By the way, the temperature, it comes, let me actually show you. We need to CLG. Let's CLG. What can we console log here? Let's CLG the main. Okay, so let's go to the console. So here, the temperature, look at this, it comes in Kelvin. So we need to convert this into Celsius. So we need to kind of create a utility function to convert Kelvin to Celsius. Okay, so we need to go to MISC, and then here we need to create a function that allows us to convert to Celsius. Okay, so I'm gonna say export const Kelvin to Celsius, like this. So we're going to take the number, so as the Kelvin, so this is the number, it's going to be our argument. So that's going to be the number in Kelvin, and then here we're just going to return math. Return math. Okay, so we're going to return math.round, and then we're going to do Kelvin minus 273.15. So this is the calculation of converting Kelvin to Celsius. Okay, that's it. We have the function. Now we can do this main. So we can do main.temp, I think something like this, and then you can see the temperature. We can say Kelvin to Celsius main.temp. As you can see now, this is it's in Celsius now. Okay, so it's converting Kelvin to Celsius. Perfect. So now we have that function. Now let's convert. Let's do some conversions. So I'm gonna say const temperature temp equal to Kelvin to Celsius main.temp. All right, main.temp, and also we need to do min temp const min temp Kelvin to Celsius, and then max temperature. We're doing some conversions here. Okay, perfect. So now we have those values. We also need a state for, we need state for to store the current time, okay, and also the current day. So we're going to say state, and then we're going to do const local time, and then set local time, and also we're going to do const current day, like that. It's going to be an empty string. By the way, instead of doing this, you can just import the hook by itself. So use state. So let's import this. Use state, import that from React. All right. So now we have the state. Let's see. We need to get. Let's get the okay, const. We're going to say weather. We're going to do cog. Let's see weather. Let's see what we get. So weather, we get this array here. So weather, we get this array. This array, we're going to select the first object. Okay, this object gives us description, icon, ID, and main. Okay, so the weather, as you know, we're destructuring weather from forecast. So we are going to select the first element in the array, and then it's going to give us this object, the first element. Okay, and then we're going to get the properties in here. Okay, so we have main, description, and then icon. So in this case, let's destructure those properties. So I'm going to say const equal to, but we have main and then description. So we have an error because main is in use already. So we can rename this main weather main. Okay, perfect. So now we have description and the weather main. We are destructuring those values. Okay, so what we need to do is to show this icon based on the weather. Okay, so when I change the city, as you can see, depending on clear sky, drizzle, cloudy, you're going to see this icon displayed dynamically. So to do that, I think you can search for weather conditions. I think open weather API weather conditions. Open weather API weather conditions. Okay, I think it will show you the conditions they have. Okay, we have thunderstorm, drizzle, rain, snow. These are the conditions they have. So what you need to do now, so for us to display the icon dynamically, we're going to do const, and then I'm going to do get icon. Get icon is going to be a function. Okay, get icon is going to be a function, and then here we're just going to do a loop. We're going to switch. We're going to switch weather main. Okay, so, and then we're going to do case. We're going to do case. Let's do case. Let's start with drizzle. So case drizzle. We're going to return. I think the icon I've named drizzle icon, like that. And then we're going to do case rain, and then we're going to return rain icon. We need to import this icon. What did I name this icon? I think it's just rain. Make sure you're importing this from utils. So remember, we've created the icons in the utils. So if I go to utils icons, so we're importing these icons from Lucid React. So here are the imports, and then I'm just setting the default sizes of those icons. You can copy this from GitHub if you want to follow the same, or you can use any icons you want. All right, so now we have for the rain. I think I'm just going to paste in the rest of the checks, and then we have snow, and then clear sky, and then we have the cloudy. Oops, cloudy, and then yeah, we have clear sky. That's the default return, the clear sky. All right, and yeah, this function is going to return an icon depending on the weather. Okay, so we have rain, we have drizzle, rain, snow, clear, cloud. I think there should be a thunderstorm as well. Let me see. Snow. Yep, there's thunderstorm. So let's go to Lucid React. Let's look for an icon for thunder. Icons. You can just search if there's a thunder icon. Storm. Okay, it doesn't seem to be an icon for that. I mean, if you find an icon, you can just use any icon you want. You can put thunderstorm here. The process is the same. Okay, so we have the icons. Okay, so now I think that's what we need for now. But the next thing is to update this time every second. Here every second. Okay, we're going to be using a set interval for that, or we can use moment to help us do that. So now let's start by displaying some stuff. So we have a p tag, and then we're going to have a span, class name, and then we're going to do font medium, and then we're going to paste this again, and then we're going to do class name, and then for this one we're going to do flex, and then we're going to justify between, and then we're going to item center, and then here we're going to do current day. We don't have that data yet in the state, and then we're going to do local time. Okay, we don't have that data yet, that's why you don't see anything. By the way, I forgot to commit the server, so we need to fit. Oops. The name was, focus data from server. You can name this whatever you want. The message, oops, my volume is very high, and then you just commit. Okay, so we don't have the data yet, that's why you don't see anything yet. And then after that, we're going to have another p tag. So for this one, we're going to have a span. We're going to have a name, and then we're also going to have name. So this one, we're going to, actually, this is going to be navigation, but for this navigation, it's going to be an icon called navigation. So make sure you import that icon, and then we save that icon. Perfect. And now let's do a class name, and then we're going to do py, and then 10. So padding, top and bottom 10, and then text 9XL, and then font bold, and then we're going to do self center. Okay, actually this is the wrong style for this component. So this one, we have font bold, font bold, and then flex, and then gap 1, and then we're going to have a p tag after that. So this one is going to show the temperature. We've done this temperature already. This is going to be in degrees Celsius, so I'm just going to paste in the Celsius icon, and then we're going to do py 10. Okay, this should be pt, by the way, pt, and then 2, and then this was going to be py 10 text 9 xl, and then font bold, and then self center, like that. Okay, let's save. So as you can see now, it's showing the temperature for Madrid, but when I refresh, the default one is going to be Madrid. Oh, okay, I set to Madrid. Yeah, so the temperature is 7 degrees. So let's check if this is correct. Madrid temperature. Excuse me. Yep, 7 degrees for Madrid. Perfect. So we have the temperature. What else we have? And the name, and then the location icon. So Madrid. So like this. Okay, and we need to show the day and the time, by the way. So we have that, and then I'm going to have another div here, and then we're going to have another div also in there, and then we're going to do span, and then we're going to do get icon. We're going to display the current icon, depending on the weather of that city, and then we're going to display the description like that, and then we're going to do class name, and then we're going to do pt, and then 2, and then capitalize, and then text LG large, and then font medium. So this is going to be like font weight of 600, I think 500 actually, medium, and then with the description. Okay, save. So after that, we're going to have a p tag, and then we're going to have span, and then we're going to do low, and then we're going to do mean temperature, and then I'm just going to paste in that icon for the degree, and then another span, and then we're going to have high like that, and then we're going to have max temp. We're going to have max temperature, and then let's save. Okay, so there it is. We have low, high, like that. Okay, I think we need to display flex this, but there it is. So we have clear sky. So here we have broken clouds, like this. Okay, perfect. Seems like there's something we're missing. So we have PT, padding top 6, and then padding bottom. We're missing PX. So PX, it should be 4. Border, rounded LG, flex column, just right between. If it's dark mode, we're going to have a color of gray, and then shadow small. Okay, shadow small, and then on dark mode, the shadow is going to be none. So there it is. Perfect. So we have this component. Now we just need to work on we're going to work on the time here. So to do that, and also the day, to do that, we are going to do a use effect, and then we're going to be using moment. If you remember, we installed moment. Okay, live time update, and then here we're just going to use effect. So for this one, we need to extract the time zone I don't know if we have extracted the time zone. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the time zone. So let me show you what the time zone is. COG time zone. So this is coming from the API. So this is the time zone. Okay. So we and then it also shows the data here. Okay. So we need to convert some kind of work out this time zone and display meaningful data from this time zone. Okay, so excuse me. Okay, sorry. So now we need to use moment to kind of update the time every second. So we're going to do update time every second. Okay, so we're going to say const interval equal to set interval. Okay, and then it's going to take a callback function, and then it's going to update every second like this. Okay, and then I'm going to say const local moment. We're going to be using moment. We're going to be using moment. So make sure you import moment, and then we're going to run this, and then we're going to say .ut UTC offset, and then we're going to put in the time zone divided by 60. Okay, and then we're going to set custom format, for example 24-hour format, 24-hour format, something like that. And then we're going to set const formatted time equal to local moment dot format. So we're going to have hours, minutes. We can also add the seconds like this. Okay, and then we're going to have day of the week, const day, and then we're going to do local moment dot format, dot format, and then day like this. And then we're going to set local time to formatted time, and then we're going to set current day to day like that. So hopefully we should have okay, so there's the current time. The current time. Okay, by the way, we can get rid of the seconds if you want to. I don't know if you like to show the seconds. So we have the day, Sunday, Madrid, current time, like that. I think what else do we need here? So we have the time, temperature. Best to see, checking to see if I've missed something. Okay. Okay, so we need a bit of a gap here. So let's oops, class name. Let's flex this. Item center gap 2. Let's try that. Okay, so that works for me too. You can bold this, by the way. Bam, 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 bam. You can wrap this, and then you can make this bold, this value here. You can make it bold. Okay, or you can surround it by strong tag. All right, so I think that's it for this component. By the way, it's going to look nicer when we add more components here. But let's see temperature. Let's see the styles. Okay. I'm just checking the page to see if I've missed anything. So, min width 18 rem, md with 35, flex column, gap 4. Okay, so that's it for the temperature component. Okay, I'm back. Let's work on these 3 components. So let's start with the air pollution. Let's create a new folder here, air pollution, and then we're going to create a new component, air pollution.tsx, and then this is going to be a client component. And then let's export, and then we're going to display that not within the temperature component, but this is going to be this side here. So we have the temperature div, and then here, this is where we're going to display that. Okay, I'm going to create a new div in here though. We're going to do instruments, and then I'm going to do air pollution like this, instruments. Okay, so the reason why I have an instruments div is going to be these instruments here, and then there's going to be a separate one for the map and these buttons here. Okay, so yeah, what we're going to do now, let's start with the air pollution. The air pollution is going to be this component. Let's open that component. So mainly for that component, we're going to be copying some of the styles within the temperature component. But first off, in the instruments, I'm going to start by adding some styles. So it's going to be a grid, and then I'm going to do height 100%, and then gap 4, and then we're going to do co-span full. It's going to be the full width, and then SM2, actually SM2, oops, SM2 small size. By the way, this is the custom size. And then I'm going to do co-span 2. So let's go ahead and create this size here. So Tailwind config, we're going to create size, a custom breakpoint. Okay, that's why I have SM2. So let's go to, I'm just checking to see the custom breakpoint. It should be on screens. Okay, so here I'm going to do SM small screen number SM2 because there's a default screen already. So for SM2, I'm going to do 581 pixels. This is a custom breakpoint pixels like that. Perfect. So I'm also going to do another one called MD2, and then I'm going to set that to 1100 like this pixels. Perfect. So now with the custom size, go back. Okay, so now we have the co-span 2, and then for large LG, we're going to do grid cos 3. Okay, 3 columns, and then XL, I think we have grid cos 4, something like that. Now let's save. Okay, so if the air pollution, let's inspect. Okay, so 3. Okay, so perfect. Now air pollution, open the component. We're going to get the air quality, but we don't have the air quality yet. Okay, so for that we need a way to sort of get the air quality data. for pollution. So for us, we need to create a new endpoint actually for pollution. Make sure this spelling is correct. I mean pollution. So for us to fetch this data, we need to do another request, route.ts. Okay, so for pollution, let's do a get request again. Same thing. So export async get request, and then we're going to run the same thing, try catch. Oops. Try catch, and then we're going to get the key. We're going to get the key from the process.env, and then for this one, I'm going to also, by the way, I'm going to copy the default data for now. We're going to change this later on. So we have longitude and latitude, and then I'm just going to paste in the URL. It's going to do that, and then we're just going to fetch. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing that we did. We're going to fetch the URL, and then this should be next request, by the way. Next request coming from next server. Next request, like that. And then we're going to const await axios dot get, and then here we're going to return next response to data, and then I'm just going to paste in the error, and then here we're going to return new response like this. Okay, so now we are fetching the pollution. So by the way, the endpoint is open weather air pollution. So let's go and check for air pollution guide API. We are looking for air pollution. It should be pollution. So air pollution, this is the endpoint. So you can copy the endpoint. Okay, and make sure the endpoint is this air pollution, and then longitude and latitude. For now, we have hard-coded data. We're going to make this dynamic later. So, okay, this is the endpoint for air pollution. Perfect. So now we need to do that on the server, on the front end again, I mean. So now we go to the front end, and then we're going to fetch the air quality. Let's create a state code const air quality, set air quality. So for the air quality, it's also going to be an object. Okay, air quality is going to be an object, and now we're just going to say air quality const fetch air quality. It's going to be async API. The endpoint is going to be pollution like this. So we're going to do a get, and then that data we're going to put that into the state, and then let's COG this response.data to see if we have anything. So now what we need to do is just we're going to fetch the air quality, fetch air quality, save. Let's refresh to see if it's working. Refresh. We're doing a get request. As you can see now, the air quality, we have the data. Okay, so let's see what data we got. So console object air quality. So we have the coordinates. This is the default coordinates we've put, and then we're going to have a list, and then it's going to have an array with an object in it, and then yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, so we're going to select the first element of this array. So we're going to select the first element of the list, okay, which is an object. So we need to send the air quality into our state. Okay, air quality, air pollution. So here we're going to say const. We need the air quality, and then we're going to be using the global context. So now we have the air quality data. We just need to do a few checks. Okay, so we're going to check if air quality is available, and also check if necessary properties are defined, available or defined, and then we're going to do if excuse me, if not air quality or air quality.list or air quality.list the first element, and then also the main. Okay, we're going to check for these. If they're not available, we're going to return loading. Okay, instead of loading, we're actually going to return the skeleton component. We've installed this, by the way. Skeleton, make sure you import skeleton, and it's going to have like a loader. Okay, and then here we're going to give it a height, actually class name, and then height. I'm going to set that to 12 rem, and then we're going to do width full, and then co-span 2, and then md co-span full, like that. Save. All right, so if there's nothing, there's going to be like a skeleton loader. As you can see now, there's a skeleton loader there, but nothing seems to work at the moment. It's the width and everything else. We're going to fix that later. Actually, the height should be 12 rem, not 1 rem. So let's refresh. So as you can see, the height is correct now, but the width, we don't have the width yet. So let's scroll down. We're going to give it a class name, air pollution, and then we're going to do co-span full, and then I'm going to co-span full, and then SM2. If you remember, we created a custom co-span 2, and then PT padding top 6, PT 6, and then we're going to do PX. We're going to do PX4, and then height is going to be 12 rem. Okay, by the way, we're going to be reusing these tiles later on, and then we're going to have a border, and then rounded LG, and then we're going to flex, and then flex call. Oops, let me do this. Flex column, and then we're going to give it a gap 8, and then we're going to do dark. On dark mode, we're going to do BG gray, BG dark gray, like that, and then shadow SM. Okay, shadow small, and then dark. On dark mode, the shadow is going to be none, shadow none, like that. Now let's save. So here's our pollution, light, like that, dark. Okay, so now I think let's add the data. Okay, so air pollution. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's see with the air pollution, the title. Here I'm just going to add an H2. H2 is going to be an icon called thermal, and then air pollution, like that. So we should have this one, and then we class name, and then we're going to flex, and then item center, and then gap 2, and then we're going to do font medium, like that. Okay, so we have the air pollution. Let me check to see what's going on with the width. Okay, flex. Okay, let me inspect here. Okay. Let me see to see why it's not filling in the entire width. Okay. That's weird. Let me double check the styles in the page. So we have PB. I'm just checking to see if I've missed something. Padding bottom 4. Let me check. 1 RAM, 2 RAM, 6 RAM, 16 auto. Okay. Now flex row, flex column, gap 4 with full, 18, 35. Okay. And then we have the flex column, flex column, grid, right full. Don't know why it's not. Let's check. Okay, so it's missing. It's missing the width. Oops, with full. Okay, perfect. So now let's work on the air pollution. Let's try to duplicate the air pollution to see. Okay, so curve span is set to 1. So let me double check air pollution, height 12 rem. So MD is set to full. Okay, let me double check. Curve span full. Okay, so SM2. Let me double check to see if SM2 is working. 581. Okay, so this should be. Let me get rid of this. That's weird. Anyways, let's move on. We'll fix it later. So now let's work on the pollution. So we need to do this progress bar here. But before we do that, let's display the air quality. So after this, we're going to do a p tag, and then we're going to do air quality. Air quality is okay, and then we're going to display whatever it is for the air quality, but we need a progress bar. Let's go to Chatcn. We're going to look for progress. Progress, this one. Okay, and let's install the progress like this. Okay, for that, we might add the progress like this. We're going to do progress. So coming from components, value. The value for that is going to be the air quality index. Okay. Air quality index, this one, and then max, let's set that to 100, and then class name, and then we're going to name this progress. Okay, so we're going to do this in the normal CSS. Go to the global, and then we're going to do that. We're going to do here progress. Okay, so let's do the progress in there. Okay, so let's start with let's give it a background color. We're going to do a gradient, so it's going to be linear gradient, and then it's going to be 90 degrees, and then we're going to have some colors. Let's see. So there is our progress, but I'm just going to paste in some values here for the gradient. 90 degrees, and then paste in the values. Here are the values for the gradient. So there it is. So we need to fix this progress bar here. So to do that, we are going to calculate the air quality index. Okay, so the maximum value here is set to 1. I think the maximum value for the air quality index is going to be 10. So let me check. So const air quality index. Okay, so we're getting this from the list. We're selecting the first element in this array, which is going to be an object, and then there's a main, and then there's air quality index. Let's check the value we're going to get. So we're getting 2. So for this one, we want this to be 20%. So we're just going to multiply this, because the maximum value here is 100. You can set to 10, by the way. You can do that, but I'm just going to set it to 100. Just multiply this by 10. Multiply by 10, like that. And then it's going to be 20 now, so it's going to be 20%. So now we have the air quality index. We just need to put that air quality index in here. Air quality index. So hopefully we should see the difference when as you can see now, it's covering 20% of the progress bar. Okay. So what we need to do is we're going to get rid of the progress and then show some sort of a rounded circle here. So before we do that, let's see what else do we need. We need the rating. Okay, so we can sort of get the rating. Let's say const rating. Okay, so rating, we can use the air Actually, how do we get the rating? Let's go to MISC and sort of create some text for the ratings. MISC. So we're going to create some ratings, okay, depending on the air quality index. Okay, so let's do const export const. Let's do air quality index text. Let's just name it text like this. It's going to be equal to an array. We're going to have some objects, so we're going to rating. So if it's 20, that's like 20%. I think that's like 2 or 20. We're going to set the description to good, and then actually let's name it description to good, and then we're going to do this moderate, poor. Actually, we're not going to have 1,000. I think let's leave it all the way to 100. Okay, like this. So we have ratings like this. Okay, so fair, good, moderate, very poor. All right, so now, or we can actually, let's just leave it like this, to all the way to 100. So from good to poor. And now let's go back to air pollution. So air quality. So now we're just going to filter depending on the air quality rating. Okay, so here we're going to say const filtered index equal to air quality text, and then we're going to find item. We're going to find item, return item dot rating equal to air quality index. Okay, so in this case, the CLG air quality index is going to be 20. So, and then here the rating is going to be good, and then rating is 20. It's going to be good. Okay, so what we can do is here we can just say filtered dot, and then we're going to do the description here. We can put a description, and now it's saying air quality is good. Okay, what else do we need to display? Let me check. So if air quality is good, and then it's showing the index here. Perfect. Now what we need to do is what do we need? Okay, we need to sort out this thing. So let's open the progress itself. So where is it coming from? Progress. Open that component, the progress component, and then we're going to change the styles of that progress. Okay, so let's start with here. So calculation translate, instead of transform, we're going to change the margin left. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, I'm going to do margin left. So margin left here, we're going to do the template literal, and then we're going to do calc, and then we're going to do the value, and then percent, and then minus 0.8 rem, like that. Okay, so let's see. All right, and now what we need to do, we need to set the height to 3, width 3, and then get rid of this with 4, flex 1, BG primary, and then we're going to set shadow LG, shadow large, and then shadow white, and then we're going to set ring 2. Okay, so on dark mode, we're going to say ring, we're going to say gray 500, something like this. Okay, so gray 500 for dark mode. So now let's save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. It's not rounded yet, so we need to make sure it's rounded. So with BG primary flex 1, let's do rounded full. Okay, so now width and height for this, we need to set width and height. So width and height for this, we're going to set that to 3, like that. Actually, width full, height, we're going to set that to 3. Okay, there it is. So now it's showing the progress. Okay, so air quality is good depending on the city. Perfect. So now we have the air pollution. We need to create another component. So the next one, sunset. So oops, I'm going to close everything here. Close all. Let's commit this. Fit air pollution component, done, and then commit. Okay, so now we are going to create sunset, and then sunset.tsx, use client, functional component, export. All right, export. Let's go back to the page, air pollution, sunset, render that component. Okay, so there's still an issue with flex. I'm going to fix that later. Sunset. Okay, so now we are going to be reusing some of the stuff we used here in the air pollution component. So just copy the height. Oops, this one. Copy this. Okay, and then we're going to go to sunset. We need to paste. Those styles, starting from the padding, the class. Okay, like that. So we should have the same height. Okay, we can go light here and then dark. Okay, so for sunset, we don't need to do anything. We're just getting the forecast data. Forecast data. I'm equal to use global context like that. It's going to be const, and then here we're just going to do a check to check if it doesn't exist, and then we're going to return a skeleton loader component, and then the height 12, and then width equal to 4. Okay, so we're checking for the focus.sys, and then we're going to get the sunset. Okay, so I'm going to say const times equal to focused dot sys, and then we're going to get the time zone. Const time zone equals to focused dot time zone. Okay, let's check for nodes. Time zone like this. Okay, so by the way, if I cog times, so we have an object. Okay, we have an object, but we need the sunset like this. Okay, so we have the sunset, but the number is going to be the time is going to be in Unix value. So we need to convert this time from Unix to normal time, because we have a Unix value. Okay, and also sunrise. For sunrise, we also so we have sunset. We should have sunrise. Sunrise is also in Unix, by the way, so we need to convert that one as well to time. So we need to create a function. So if we go to misc, we need to create another function for us to convert Unix to normal time. Okay, so Unix to time, export const Unix to time like this, and then we're going to take Unix, it's going to be a number, and then a time zone, which is also going to be a number, and then we're going to be using moment, so we're going to return, and then we're going to return moment. Make sure you import moment, and then .unix, and then we're going to pass in the Unix, and then UTC offset, and then time zone divided by 60, and in the format we're going to have the hours, and then minutes. Okay, by the way, you can add this if you want to put PM, whatever. Okay, now for that we have Unix to time. Okay, we're going to convert that number to time. So now we're going to go back to sunset, and here we're going to say const sunset time equal to Unix to time. Okay, and then here we're just going to put the sunset time and then the time zone. Okay, time zone. Okay, and we're also going to set sunrise time, const sunrise equal to Unix to time focus.system.sunrise, and then the time zone. Okay, perfect. So now we have the sunrise and the sunrise. Let me display it to see if it has been converted to proper time. As you can see now, it's showing the correct time from Unix. Perfect. So now we need to copy air pollution. We can copy this here. Go back, sunset, paste. So here the icon that we're going to be using is going to be called sunset. So that's the name of the icon. So here we just say sunset, not a sunset, but just sunset. By the way, this I'm going to put into a div. I'm going to say dot top like that. Oops. What did I do? Copy this h2. I'm going to do top and then put the h2 in there. And now we're going to have a p tag, and then we're just going to utilize the sunset time in here. Sunset. Okay, it should be sunset time. Okay. With flex item center gap to font medium, and then here text to XL, and then get rid of this, and then we're going to have another div here. Okay, and then you can just have a p tag instead of a div p tag, and then we're going to have sunrise, and then we're going to put the sunrise time. Okay, sunrise time, and we should have the data. So as you can see now, we have the sunset time and then the sunrise time. So let's see, sunset time and sunrise time. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to create the next component. The next component is going to be this wind component. By the way, I've created this image in Figma, so you can sort of create this in Figma, or you can reuse whatever image I'm using here. So we're going to do wind. The next components, and then we're going to do wind.tsx. It's going to be a client, use client component, and then React functional component, export, and then we're going to go back to the page, and we're going to say wind component. Okay, pretty much we're going to reuse. I don't know why there's an error here. We're going to reuse some stuff here, especially not air pollution. Sunset. I'm going to copy this wind class name like that. Okay, so now let's go to the wind component. I'm just thinking, I don't know what I named that component. So, okay, so here we need to get the focus data. Okay, so we need to do the same here and do some checks. Okay, and then we need to do some checks. Context. Okay, so what we're going to check for this one is the wind skeleton focus. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to get the structure some data from the focus. I'm going to get the wind speed and the wind direction, focus.wind, and then speed, and then the wind direction in degrees. Okay, and then here I'm just going to check the wind direction, wind speed. Okay, like that, and then we're going to display the skeleton loader. Okay, I don't know where wind is coming from, but let's get rid of this wind speed and wind direction. All right, so now I'm going to have an h2 here. If you remember, we have an h2. By the way, you can put this on next line if you want to see. So we're going to have an h2 and then an icon called wind coming from the utils icon. So we should have the wind component here with the icon and then an h2. All right, so after that, we're going to have div class of campus campus, and then we're going to do relative flex, and then item center, and then justify center, like that. And we're going to do an image, and then relative, like that. And then we're going to get image from next image. Okay, and then source campus, and then width, I'm going to set that to 110, and then height 110 as well. And then we're going to close this image, but we don't have this image yet. So what I'm going to do, we're going to start with the campus body, like this. I'm just going to paste in the image. So we have two images. So we have the campus body, and then we have the arrow as well. I'm going to paste in the public some images. So campus body. So let's see. So there's the campus body. Okay. So now we have that. Let's see what we need. We also need another image. So this should be 11. This should be arrow. The arrow, okay. And class name absolute, and then top 0, left, we're going to do 50%, okay. And then we're going to transition all, and then duration 500, and we are also going to do ease in and out, and then we're going to do dark. We're going to invert the color, okay. So the color is going to be black if it's in light mode, and then white in dark mode. We're just going to invert the current color, okay. So, and then we're going to add a style, and then transform. We're going to rotate based on the wind direction in degrees, okay. And then we're going to translate x minus 50%, like that, okay. And then we're going to set the height to 100%. Okay, let's save. So yeah, it should be something like that. Let's check another thing. So now we need to check for we need to put text actually. So after this div, we're going to put a p tag, and then we're going to round math.round, and then the wind speed, and then meters per second, okay. And then we're going to position absolute this. So class name absolute, and then top 50%, and then left 50%, and then translate x minus 50%, and then we're going to translate y, minus 50%, text small, text excess, which is extra small, and then dark, I'm going to set the font white, the text white, and then font medium. All right, so let's save. So there it is. But let me inspect here. Okay, so there seems to be an issue. Let's check. So we have the compass. Okay. So we have compass relative, flex, item center, justify center. Okay. Image relative, absolute. Let me see, what am I missing here? Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything really. Okay, so there's something is missing actually. So we have PT. So we have PT6, PB5, PX4, height curve frame, border, rounded large, flex column, gap. So the gap should be 3 instead of 8. Okay, like that. So now, yeah, we have the compass for the city. All right, so let's start by fixing this issue with the grid. Let's open the air pollution component. I'm going to cut this. All right, and I'm going to do this. And then somewhere here after the gap, then I'm going to paste this here. And then cospan 2 for, I'm actually going to do cospan 2 for XL, large screen, extra large, like this. Actually, let's see. Okay, perfect. So let me try to decrease the size. Let's do MD as well. So for MD, let's do cospan 2 MD. All right, so that should do it. All right, so now let's create a new component, new folder, daily. So this should be daily forecast. All right, so let's create a component inside .tsx, use client, select functional component. Let's go to the page and let's render the component daily forecast. Okay, so what I'm going to do for this component, I'm going to copy the styles here from PT all the way to the end, copy daily forecast and class name and paste. I'm just going to close others. Okay, so we should have this component here similar to this. So it's going to be this one. We don't have a lot of data for this one, so that's why we cannot scroll through. So we need to also go to carousel, this component, carousel, npm, and then copy. We're going to use the carousel and then add here. I've already added the carousel, so just do that, add the carousel. Okay, but before we do that, we're going to do a 5-day. 5-day, we're going to fetch the data focus for 5 days. Okay, so here 5-day, we're going to create a new route to TS. Okay, so for this one, we are going to do a get request again. Get request, and then next request, like that, from the server, next server. We don't need this. All right, and then we're just going to put a console here, we're just going to return new response like that. We don't need to show the error in the console. All right, so now we are going to, this should be in the try catch, in the catch block like that. Okay, so the API key, we're going to do the standard, getting the API key, and then if we want latitude and longitude, copy this and paste. By the way, this should be route.ts. Okay, so now we have that. We need the URL for the 5-day focus, I think. And let's go back to the API. 5-day focus, this one. Okay, so you copy this URL, and then replace. Okay, so daily URL, and then put the key and the latitude and longitude. Okay, so that's that. We are also going to do const daily results await Axios. We're going to do, this is going to be get like that, and then we're going to do next, and then we're going to do revalidate. I don't know if we can do this with Axios, or we have to use fetch. We're going to like every hour to, I don't know if we can do this, but I think we can use fetch for this one. So we can go fetch. So let's do fetch, and then daily URL, and then we're going to next, and then we're going to revalidate, and then every hour. These are in seconds like that, and then we're going to do const, and then convert that to JSON, and then we're going to return next response like that. Okay, so now we should be able to fetch the daily data. So let's go to the global. So in the global, we're going to create a new state. So this one is going to be code. What can I name this? Equality const 5-day focused, and then this one is actually it's going to be an object as well. Okay, so save that, and then we're going to fetch the data for that. Okay, 5-day focused, and then we're going to say const 5-day focused is going to async. Actually, we have this name already, so I'm just going to do fetch like this. All right, here we have 5-day. I believe that's the name of the endpoint. 5-day like this, that's the name of the endpoint. So let's see if we have the data, response to data, and let's make sure on initial render we call that function. So let's try to refresh this page. All right, so it seems like we have the data here. Let's see what we have in the console. So in the console, we have 5-day, an object, and then we have city. The city, it is the time zone, sunset, and then it is a list. Okay, a list of data here, list of stuff. So we're going to make that data make sense. So let's send that data in here, 5-day forecast, and then let's go to the daily forecast, and then that's where we're going to destructure some properties. Okay, so what we're going to do now, const forecast, I think it's a 5-day forecast, and then use global context like that. Perfect. So now with that, we're just going to do some simple checks. Okay, well, let's destructure for some properties first. So const, I'm going to get the city, and then list from 5-day focus, and then I'm just going to check. Okay, so let's, and then put a loader. So let's load the skeleton component. So if not weather, so focused, we need to get the weather as well. Const weather from focused. Okay, so if we don't have these, we're just going to put a loading screen. Okay, that's that. So what we're going to do, we want to display today's date. Okay, so const today equal to new date, and then const today string equals today today.to iso string, actually iso string, and then we're going to split that, and then we're going to get the first one. All right, so now, oh, we're not displaying anything yet. So okay, so now what we're going to do now, we are also going to put an icon based on the weather. So this icon here is going to be conditional. Okay, so to do that, well, we're going to copy that get icon function. Where did we do that? So it was in the, can't remember what component. That was the temperature component. Just copy this, and go back, and then we have the get icon here. Okay, so weather main, we haven't destructured this yet, so we just have to import the icon rain, snow, sky, cloudy. Just import these icons. Okay, so now let's just destructure. So const, we're going to get main from main, we're going to get that from weather 0, like that. Okay, we can name this weather main like that. Okay, so we should have an icon now, but we are going to filter. Let's do filtering here. Filter the list for today's data, today's focus. Okay, like that, and then const today's focus, and then we're going to list this. We're going to filter that list. Okay, because we're destructuring the list. So the list, if I go to the console, let's see the data. So 5-day focus. So this is the list. Okay, so we're going to do some filtering for that. Okay, so the list is an array. So list dot filter, and then focused, like that, and then we're going to return focus dot date text dot includes, actually not includes, dot starts with today's string, like that. Okay, so let's try to see if we have something here. All right, so let's, Okay, so focused. Let's check. Okay, so here let's dt text, and then by the way, you can look these properties in the object you are seeing in the console. You can have a look what properties you're getting. Okay, so string and then main. So for the main, we have the temp. Okay, so temp is going to be a number, the type of a number. Okay, so now we have the return. So focused start with, it should be starts with. All right, so now, okay, perfect. Now we're getting the array. Perfect. And then now we should, so there it is. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this console, get rid of it, and now we just need to display the data. Actually, we need to loop. So here we're going to do div, and then class name height full, and then we're going to do flex, and then gap 0, and then actually it should be 10, and then overflow hidden like that. And then if we don't have the data, we need to also check. Okay, so today focused, if we don't have the data to length, length. So if it's less than 1, okay, if it's less than 1, then 1, we're going to display a div, okay. This it shouldn't be loading, by the way. If it's less than 1, a div. Otherwise, we're going to do some mapping. Focus.map. Okay, like that. Oops. Okay, like that. We're going to return. So here, what we're going to return, we're going to have some sort of a carousel slider. Okay, so what we're going to return is a carousel item. But I think we need to have a carousel slider carousel as the container. Okay, so we have this, today's focus. Cut this, we're going to have a div, and then we're going to do class name with 100%, and then we're going to do carousel. I'm not sure if it's installed. Add carousel. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna paste that content. Let me paste this content. So we need to import the carousel up here. So let's import like this. Okay, so we're importing the carousel. We're importing carousel item from the UI carousel. You can go to the documentation and check, by the way. You can go here and check how to import. And then I'll just take this. Okay, so now we are going to do a carousel. Oops. What? Oh, wrong spelling. And then here we're going to have a carousel content. Okay, and then we're going to map like that. We're going to map. Okay, so this one is going to be a string. And then we're going to return a carousel item. Carousel item like that. All right, so for the carousel item, we're going to give it a class name. We're going to do flex column, gap 4, cursor grab. Okay, and then we're going to have a p tag. We're going to do class name, text gray 300. Oops. Gray 300. And then we're going to use moment, okay, to display the time in a specific format. So here we're going to do moment, make sure you import moment, and then we're going to do the forecast in here, and then the format, hours, minutes, like this, and then we just close. Format like that, and then we close. So there's the time here. There it is. Now we have a bit of a carousel here. Okay, so it seems like we don't have a lot of data for this one. So if I go to check Madrid, we should, okay, there's a bit of data here. I don't know why it's showing only one. Okay, I don't know why it's showing one item. Okay, so we'll see why. Okay, let's keep going. So we have the carousel. I think the key, okay, I can use this as the key, or you can do an index if you want to. Okay, so focus the date text, the type string, main, temp, number. All right, so the other thing that we want is to display the icon. So p, and then we're just going to do get icon based on the condition of the weather. Get icon, and then now we need p, and then class name empty, and then for margin top 4, and then we need to convert from Kelvin to Celsius for this one, by the way. So Kelvin to Celsius, let's go to MISC and create export Kelvin to Celsius. Oh, we have the function already. Didn't realize. We have that already. And then here we're just going to do Kelvin to Celsius, and then you just display the temperature like this. Let's check. Okay, so yeah, I think now it's a little bit accurate, but there's something going on. Let me see, inspect. Okay, so it should be Celsius like that. Okay. Empty. Let me do this. 2 should be 4. Okay. I don't know why there's a bit of a, it's not aligned properly here. We'll figure that out later anyway. Let me check this component. Top. Width. Overflow hidden. Gap 10. Let's see what happens. Okay, we'll fix that later. Don't worry for now. All right, so now we have this slider. Each depending on the data. So some of them there's going to be a lot of data. Some of them there's going to be only not a lot of data. So what we're going to do now, let's if we don't have the data, instead of displaying loading, we can just say no data available. So here we can put in h1 no data available, and then the text, I'm just going to put it to 3 rem, text size 3 rem, and then a line through, and then a text of red. Okay, so just in case we change it, there's no data available, we can show there's no data available. Okay, so that's that for this component. Okay, so now let's continue working on this component, and then we're going to move on to the other 4 components, or all of them. Okay, so now I'm just going to give width to this data here. Okay, so let me check. Inspect. So yeah, basis 8.5 rem. Okay, so let's go to boom boom. I think the component that we're looking for is the carousel item. So let's do flex basis. It should be 8.5 rem, I think. 8.5. Okay, so this should be rem. Let's see. Let's save this. Okay, so now we can scroll. Perfect. So now we have the feature that we're looking for. All right, so now let's work on the UV index component. For that, we're also going to be fetching some data. So let's let's go into the API. We're going to create a new folder. You can name this UV for UV index. So UV like this, it should be a folder. UV, that's for the UV index. And then we're going to do route .ts like that. So I'm going to close everything except the route. Okay, so in here we're going to do a get request as well. Export async request, and then it's going to be next request from next server like that. And then we're going to do try catch like that. Okay, so for us to get the UV index, I think it requires a pro plan for us to be able to get that data. Let's do UV index. So I think it requires a paying account. Let me check the URL. Oh, it doesn't show the URL, but I think this yeah, it requires a pro account, so you need to have like you need to pay. But for us, we're going to be using a free API for that, so we're going to be using a separate API. So the one we're going to be using is called Open. This one, Open Meteor. I think, yeah, this is the API that we're going to be using to get the UV index. So this is the UV index component. We're going to be using this API. Okay. So for this API, focus and current. So what we want, we need the focused latitude, the location. Okay, so you can copy this URL. We don't need a key for this one, by the way, so you can just copy the URL, but we need the UV index. Let me find documentation. UV index. I can't remember where the UV index key is, the URL for the UV index, but I'll just show you. This is the URL, const URL equal to a template literal. Okay, so this is the URL for the UV index. All right. And we just need to paste in the coordinates. I'm just going to copy these coordinates, and then we're going to add these coordinates here. And now, as you can see, our URL is complete. We should be able to get the UV index for this for these coordinates. Okay, so after that, we are going to use fetch because we're going to be using revalidate again. So const res equal to await, and then fetch. We're going to fetch the URL, and then we're going to do next, and then we're going to revalidate, and then 900. Okay, so now after that, we are going to say const UV data equal to await response response.json, like that. Okay, so now we can return next response .json, like that, and then here we're just going to put the UV data like so. Okay, so here cog error getting UV data, something like that, data, and then here we're going to return new response like this, error getting UV data, and then we can put a status here of 500, like that. Okay, so now we have, hopefully this works, so we need to hit this endpoint. So now we need to go back to the global context and we fetch the UV index. So we also need to create a state for this. So go to the global context. Okay, so here we're going to do const UV index and then set UV index like that, and then we're going to use state. This one is going to be an empty object as well, and then we are going to fetch UV data const fetch, and then here we're just going to say UV index. I think that works. fetch UV index, index, okay, equal to async. It's going to be an async function. All right, so here we're going to do the same thing, try catch, and then we're just going to console log the error, and also here we're going to say const response equal to await axios dot get, and then we're going to do slash API, and then UV, that's the endpoint. And after that we just need to, let's COG to see if we have the data. So here we're going to say response to data. Okay, so now let's go back here, and then we can just say fetch UV index, and let's see, let's refresh. Console UV index, as you can see, we have an object here. So we have daily units, the coordinates, time zone, and the location. Okay, so here, as you can see, we have the time, daily, we have the UV index here, max. Okay, so we're going to extract these values. So now what we need to do is just to set UV index to response to data, like that. Perfect. So we just need to send that data UV index, like that. So we need to extract that data in the UV component, UV index component. So let's go components. We're going to create UV index component, and then we're going to new file UV index.tsx. It's going to be a client component, use client. All right, so now let's go back to the page and render this component UV index, like that. Okay, so now what we need to do is go in the sunset. We just need to copy these styles here, and then we go back to the UV index and do class name, and then we paste those styles. We should be able to have the UV index next to it. Okay, so you can also copy this bit here, copy this, and then you can go back, UV index, and paste here like this. All right, there's an issue because we don't have this data, obviously. So now what we need to do now is to sort of get the data. So here we're just going to say const UV index. We're going to get that from the context, use global context, like that. Okay, so now we have the UV index. I'm just going to check and then put the skeleton loader. We've done this before, so you should know how to do this already. Skeleton, we're just loading the skeleton loader if there's no data. So on initial render, as you can see, there's a loading. Okay, so now we're checking for UV index.daily. If it's not there, we're going to show a loading screen, and then we're going to destructure const daily. We're going to destructure from UV index, like that. Okay, so we are also going to destructure some properties. UV index clear sky, index max. So if I go to the console, those properties should be, never mind, not in the focus data, but we have issues here, that's why. Let me get rid of these. Okay, so we should be able to see 5-day, where's the UV data? Oh, I'm not putting it to the console, by the way, but we're just getting these properties from daily. Okay, we're destructing these properties. So what I'm going to do, I am going to select I'm going to select the first const uv index max equal to uv index max. Oops. uv index max. Okay, so let's see like this. Let's see what it shows. uv index max. So as you can see, we have some decimal places. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to get rid of these. Okay, so I'm going to do 0 and then dot to fixed. Okay, fixed and then 0. As you can see, now we don't have the decimal places anymore. No more decimal places. All right, so we're selecting the first one and then removing the decimal places. All right, so now we have the max. Okay, so let's see, let's try to display some data here. All right, so we have, okay, so we have the title. So this should be a sun icon here, sun, and then we should say UV index, so like this, and then to exhale. In here we should have UV index, so we have the UV index and then low, and then we have the progress. Okay, so category, so we need to check if it's low, high, extreme. Okay, so we need to have some categories for this to show if it's high, low, extreme. Okay, as you can see here, it's low, but when I change to different countries, maybe this one is low as well. Moderate. So we need to find a way to dynamically show this text. So we're going to create a function that's going to allow us to check. Okay, so here we're going to say const uv index category, uv index category. We're going to take a number, so it's going to be a function. So we're going to take a number, uv index number, by the way, so it's type of number. Okay, so we have the category. So here we're just going to check if uv index, which is actually, let me name this uv index, actually uv index. If uv index is less than or equal to 2, we are going to, put some kind of a text. This is an arrow function. Okay, so here we're going to return an object, return. So we're going to return text, and then we're going to say low, like this. Okay, capital low, and then we're going to return some description. Description. So description here, you can say no protection required. Okay, and then we're just going to check. I think the maximum value is 10, so we're just going to check all the way up to 10. But if it's over 10, it's going to be extreme. So we're just going to do else if, return, and then we're going to do else if the UV index value is less than or equal to 5. going to be moderate. I'm just going to paste the rest of the checking. Okay, so else if. So we have else if it's less than or equal to 5, it's moderate. If it's less than or equal to 7, where I had sunglasses, just add text. And then the else statement. So if it's higher than 10, we're going to return extreme, like that. Okay, so we're just checking here. We're returning an object depending on the UV index value. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to display that data. So let's go back in here. Let's do a span. Let's do UV index max. Oops. UV index max. Let's display the maximum. And then we're going to do a span. In here, we're going to do UV index category. And then we're going to do UV index max. And then we're going to display the text. Okay, not the description, but the text. I don't think we're ever going to be using that description, by the way, but we'll see. Oh, let's see. Okay, so it's saying moderate. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we should surround this in brackets. So moderate. So this should be surrounded in brackets like that. So it should show right, like moderate. But I'm going to style this text SM. So the text is going to be small, like that. All right. So let me check. Is there? Yeah, like that. I think that makes sense. So we have moderate. That's the text. The next thing that we want is the progress bar. For the progress bar, we're going to create a new component for this. I want to say UV progress. UV progress, and then I'm going to new file JSX. Okay, so for the UV progress, we're just going to reuse the progress. Okay, so where is the progress? The one that let me check. Progress. Okay, so copy this the progress from shadcn and then save. Okay, so we copy that progress. So here we're just going to display the UV progress. Here I'm gonna say UV progress. Oops. Export progress. So we need to make sure we rename. We need to rename this. Okay, so progress F2. I believe what's the name of the UV progress, like that. So now we should have UV progress. UV progress. Oops, I don't know why it hasn't renamed. UV, oh, here it should be just UV progress, like that. UV progress, and then we close this component. Okay, so we're going to pass in a few props for that component for the progress bar. Okay, so the first prop that we are going to do, let's start with the maximum value. Let's set it to 14. And then class, we're going to name this progress. And then we are going to do value. We're going to do margin left percentage. We don't have this variable yet, so we need to create this variable. So we're going to get the percentage of 14 depending on the UV index value. So to get a percentage, we're just gonna say const equal to get a percentage. We can do UV index max, okay, divided by 14, the maximum. We're going to get a percentage of that, and then multiply by 100. Multiply by 100, like that. So this is the percentage. We're going to convert that into percentage. So now there it is. We should have a percentage. There it is. Okay. So now we have the percentage. Let me check if we need to style the progress class. Okay, we have already styled the progress, by the way. So we have this background color here. So we have the UV index. We need this as well. We need the description. So UV index, we have P. Let's do class name text SM. For this one, we're going to do UV index, this one here. Copy this, and then instead of text, we're going to do a description like that. Hopefully we should be able to see a description. Nothing seems to show. Okay. Dun -dun. Okay, so I think this one, I'm gonna take this out here, and then we have this, actually top. So top, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to wrap these two here. Wait, where is the H2? I'm going to wrap these two in a div. And then I'm going to class name this. Class name PT for, and then flex column, and then gap. We're going to set that to 1. So let's save. Okay, there it is. So let's see. Okay, that makes sense. Oops. All right, so let's leave it like that. We just need to show the description. I have no idea why it's not showing. I can't remember what the name is. It protection? Oh, it's protection. I thought I named it description, but it's called protection. Let's see why it's. Wait a minute. Gap 2, font medium. Oh, PT4. I need to get rid of this PT4. All right. I think this will do. Still not looking right. Let me inspect here again. top PT4. Okay. We can make necessary changes later on. But for now, let's continue. Okay, so column gap 1, gap 2, font medium. Okay. Now we have the protection. We need to... Something doesn't look right. Wait. Let's check Madrid. Okay. I think it's because of the progress bar. That's why it might not look right. Okay, let's keep working. If something is off, we can work on it later. Now let's go to this component here. So for that, we are going to create a new component. I believe this one is called population component. Copy, and then we're going to create a new file. Use client. Use client, and then why is this not working? Disable and enable. All right, so we need to copy the sunset. Copy this, and then we go back to population, class name, and then we paste the styles. Okay, so for population, we are going to actually, what did I name this component? Population. I'm just looking for my reference to see the name of the component. Okay, population. All right, so for this component, we need the top bit, which we have already this. So we need the icon of people. Import the icon, and then we need to close this div. Okay, so we have the people icon. We're not rendering the component, by the way, so we need to render that. Population. So we should be able to see the population icon here. All right, so for us to get population, we're going to go to the forecast const. I believe it's 5-day forecast. And let's go to the global. 5-day forecast, like this. Copy this, and then equal to use global context. And then we're going to close this. We're going to close. We need to destructure the city. Destructure the city from the 5-day forecast, like that. And then we're going to check if we don't have the data, and then we're going to do a skeleton loader, like that. This should be 5-day forecast. and then if we don't have the data or here, we're going to show the loading screen. All right, so that's that. So now we just need to display the data. We have h2, and then I'm going to do p tag, and then here we're going to do city.population, something like that. I don't know why it's saying 0. City.population, let's cog city. So with city, let's see what console shows us. So city, and then the population. I don't know why it's showing 0. I don't know what's wrong with this data. Oh, here it's showing 1 million, but here it's showing 0. That's weird. Let me refresh. Population 0. That's really strange. But first we need to also format this population. For example, if there's a 154,000.6, we need to show like 1,000 by using k. So we need to format this. We need to create a utility for us to format the number using million or k. So let's go to MISC. So here we're going to say export const format number, and then it's going to take the number num, go to number. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to check if num is greater than or equal to, I think, 100,000. Actually, one is greater than or equal to 1 million. Okay, so let me check. This is 1 million. Yep, 1 million, and then we're going to return number divided by 1 million. Okay, let me check. This 100,000, 1 million. To fixed, dot to fixed, and then 1, and then plus. We're going to just show the m if it's 1 million, and then the rest we're going to do else if num, if num is greater than or equal to 1,000, we're going to return num divided by 1,000, and then this should be k. All right, otherwise we're just going to return num. Okay, we're just going to return the num. All right, so now we just need to format the number. Let's go back to population, and then here we just copy this, and then format number like that, and then we format the population like so. So we should have 0 still, the number, because it's returning the number. Population. I'm surprised why the population is 0. Let's check to see if we're getting the correct data. Population 0. That is very strange, but let's not worry, the data might show later. Okay, so we have the population. Let's start this class name pt4, and then text to Excel, like that. All right, so now after that, we're going to have a p tag, latest UN data for city.name. Okay, so city.name, the name of the city. So if I go to the console, the name property is already there. So there's city and then name. I don't know why it's showing this name. Should be Madrid, no? Oh. I don't know why it's showing these values here. Okay, and then we should show the population text. Okay, let's save. And then class name text sm. Okay, so let's check these coordinates for a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to change these coordinates. Let me check. For this one, we have Sydney. Okay, I'll take the New York coordinates for now. I will leave the Madrid coordinates. So where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. I'll take these ones. And then we are going to replace the existing coordinates in the API. Const. Okay, let's do that. I'll take these. Okay, let's replace. Okay, so let's replace this. So let's see if we have the new data. Okay, so now it's New York. Now it's showing the proper data. All right. Yep, yeah, it seems like there's an issue here. Let's see. Okay, so I think this height is modified. So let me double check. Okay. So UV index progress, UV progress. So we have height 3, flex 1, margin left value. Okay, we need to get rid of this. Let's see. Okay, so margin left, we don't need the calc here. Okay, so we got rid of that. There's something that we need to do. Height 3, G secondary. Okay, I'm just checking to see if I've made changes here. Okay, so the other thing, let me check. Okay, the text is smaller. Text SM. Let me check, double check the page. Let's go to page. Air pollution, class name, text SM. Okay, so text SM. And then we have the sunset. We need to do the same. Sunset, and we need to go to wind. I believe wind. Well, we don't need to do anything here. and then daily focused. I don't think we need to do anything here. Page UV index. I think here we have text SM, and then population. I think we do have text SM. Okay, it still doesn't line up. We'll fix this later. Okay, so now let's work on these components here. Feels like humidity, visibility, and pressure. Let's go and create a new. I'm just going to close this off, and I'm actually going to close everything as well. Close all, and then let's create a new component. So this is going to be feels like component. So the feels like, and then I'm going to create a new file in here. It's going to be a TSX, and then we're going to create a function, and we're going to use client. Okay, so now we have the basic function. Let's go to page and render this function. Feels like that. All right, so we should be able to see feels like somewhere. Let me reload. There it is. What we're going to do is go to population. We're going to copy this. Copy. Feels like we're going to open here, class name, paste. Okay, and then we're going to have an h2 in here. We're going to do top. So top, and then h2, the standard, and then I'm going to do flex, font medium, and gap 2, and then it's going to be a thermometer icon, thermometer, and then feels like. All right, and then we're going to have a p tag, class name, text to Excel, and then pt padding top 4, like that. Let's see what we have. So we have feels like now. Now we have that. We need to get the feels like data. All right, so to get that, we're going to get the focus from our global context. So focus data, make sure you import the global context like that, and then we're just going to do some checks. If we have the data, or if we don't have the data, we're going to display the skeleton loader. All right, so make sure the skeleton loader is coming from it's coming here, skeleton. All right, so now we are checking for the forecast, and we're going to destruct a few values from the forecast. We're going to get fields like temperature min and then temp max. So we can console log this, by the way, so we can see what it shows. So here, but this is in Kelvin, so we need to convert that as well to Celsius. All right, so we have the function to do that already. So now what we need to do, we need a function to kind of display this text here. Okay, to generate text based on the condition of the weather, based on the temperature. Okay, so I'm going to say const feels like text. You can do like this. Okay, so feels like text. We can make this as a function. All right, and let's do this, and then it's going to take 3 arguments. So feels like this is going to be a number, and then we're going to have minimum temperature, min temp, which is going to be also a number, and then max temperature, max temp, which is also going to be a number. So let's save that. This is an arrow function. All right, so with that, we're going to get the average temperature. So const avg temp, so that's for average temperature. We're going to divide to add the minimum temperature and maximum and divide by 2 to get the average of any values. You add those by 2 and then divide by 2. I mean, you add the values, minimum and max, and divide by 2 to get the average one. All right, so we're just going to do if feels like is less than average temp -5, something like this. Okay, and then we're going to return feels like this is the text we're going to return, and then we're gonna check else if. Oops, like that. But in this case, we are going to is greater than or equal to average temp, -5, and feels like average temp is less than or equal to average temp plus 5. All right, and then gonna copy. Okay, and then we're going to also do, actually this should be another if statement, and then we're going to do if again. If feels like is greater than average temp plus 5, and then we're going to do say feels warmer than the actual temperature, and then otherwise we're just going to return temperature filling is typical for this range. Okay, so now we have some random text based on the feels like. So here we have feels like 1 degree, but the actual temperature is 5 degrees. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just to display the data. So in the p tag, we're going to do Kelvin to Celsius, and then we're going to convert the feels like. Okay, so feels like 2 degrees. Okay, let's remove the Celsius. Okay, and then okay, that will do. And then we're going to do another p tag after the top. So top, and then we're going to p tag, and then feels like description. It actually feels like text, so it's going to be a function. Let's see. Feels like text. So feels like text. Okay, we're going to check 3 arguments in here. So instead, I can make it shorter here. Const feels like text, and then I'll put in the arguments here. What? I'm just gonna say description, and then I'll put the 3 arguments. So it feels like min temperature and maximum temperature. Okay. Now we can just put it here instead of putting all those arguments in here. Okay, so we are going to do text sm like that. So as you can see now, we have the feels like component done. So now we are moving on to the humidity component. Humidity, we're going to create a new folder, humidity, and then we're going to create a new file, humidity.tsx, and then it's going to be a client component. Use client, okay, functional component, and export. And let's make sure we render this component humidity. All right, so let's see, we need to actually we need to commit fit. Now, what was the name? Feels like component. That's done. All right, so we have the fuse component. Oops, my volume is high. All right, so we have the fuse component done. So now let's work on the humidity component. What's the time? Okay. So now we're going to copy the fuse this thing here. Class name. Copy this class name, and then paste it here. And then we're going to copy this structure here, top and bottom, and we're going to paste it in here. But for the humidity, we're going to use a different icon here. We're going to use droplets, and then we're going to say humidity. All right, and for this one, we're going to actually show the humidity in percentage. All right, so let's do the standard. We're going to get the forecast data from our global state, and then global context, like that. And then we're just going to check for the data. If we don't have the data, we're going to do a loading screen. Okay, and we're going to destructure the humidity. Let's see what it looks like. Humidity. So it shows the value here. By the way, yeah, let me check. So the humidity values, humidity is open weather. So yeah, it will tell you each of these properties. Okay, you can read more about the docs. All right, so let's go back. There's an issue here because the function we're trying to call is not available. So I can't remember how the humidity value work. When I was doing research off screen, I managed to see how it works, but I can't remember now. But we're going to create a function to kind of get text like this, depending on the location. Because each location is going to have different description. Right? As you can see, some of the location doesn't have data available here. So for that, we are going to create a new function, const get humidity text or description. That you can name this whatever you want. Okay, so we're going to take the humidity number. So we're going to say if humidity is less than 30, we're just going to return. We're going to return dry, and then let me paste the text in here, something like this. Okay, and then we're going to do if again. We're going to do 3 ifs. Otherwise, you can return unavailable. Okay, so if it's greater than 50 and less than 70, you can do this sticky. Or if it's greater than 30, less than 50, you can put any text you want. Otherwise, if there's no data available, you can just return this string. Okay, so now with that, we just need to display that. In here, in this p tag, we are going to display the actual humidity, and then this should be a percentage in percentage. Okay, and finally, this is text more. We're going to get humidity text, and then we are going to pass in the variable, the argument, and then we put a full stop at the end, like that. So we should have that component now ready to go. There it is. Perfect. Now we're going moving on to visibility. We're going to extract the visibility component. So fit, what is the name of this? Humidity component. Can't even spell component. All right, and we finished this component. We're going to be reusing some of the styles here as well and other components. Let's create a new folder. So this should be visibility. All right, and oops, where is it? Copy this. Let's create a new file for visibility, and then we're going to do tsx use client. Use client. All right, so this is going to be the standard functional component. Let's take this as a building block for our component. All right, so now with the class name, let's take pretty much everything in here. Copy. All right, so for this one, for the visibility, we are going to have a different icon. So this one should be visibility. So our icon should be I. That's the icon we're using. And then let's extract the values. So what we need to do is do the same thing, get the focus and put a loader if we don't have the data, import the skeleton, import the focus, import the context, import that. Let's save. Now we've extracted the values. We need to extract visibility from the forecast. Okay, so let's display the visibility. I can't remember what value this visibility is going to produce. Okay, let's see. Oh, we're not rendering this visibility, by the way. Visibility. All right, so let's render that. Okay, so this is in meters. Okay, so it's in meters. So we want to put this into kilometers. So this is 10,000 meters. So to put that in kilometers, we need to let's round first. Math. Round. Let's round it first, and then we are going to do visibility divided by 1000 to show that in kilometers. By 1000, and then we're going to do km like this. All right, and now for this one, I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Let's get rid. So let's see what we have. So as you can see now, it's saying visibility is at 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers, and we need to do one more thing. We need to create another function here to display some text based on the visibility. Okay, so it's the same thing we've been doing over and over again. So let's do it. I'm going to create a function that's going to take visibility as a parameter. And then here we're going to do the same thing, visibility in kilometers. Okay, so this is in kilometers now. So now we're just going to do some checks to check for some values. Okay, so if visibility is greater than 10, excellent conditions. If it's greater than 5, good and easily enough, can navigate easily. Greater than 2, and so on. Okay, so now let's see. Oops, we need to display the text. So now we need to pass in the visibility like so. So now let's see. Actually, this is the other way around. What did I do? If it's so the text here is the other way around. So if it's less than or equal to 2, oh, the visibility. Okay, never mind. Okay, so if the visibility is yeah, greater than 10, it's excellent. If you can see far. If it's here less than 5, it's good. If it's I mean, if it's greater than 5, it's good as well. If it's greater than 2, it's moderate, greater than 2 kilometers. But if it's less than or equal to 2 kilometers, yeah, the visibility is very poor, so it's restricted and unclear. Otherwise, you can return the unavailable data. You can put any text you want here, by the way. Okay, so hopefully you get the sense. If the visibility is higher, it's excellent. If it's low, it's quite poor to see. All right, so we should have the text. All right, so now we have the text here. Nice. Let's commit fit visibility component. All right, so we have that. We're moving on to the next. See the time. We're moving to the next component, which is going to be the pressure. So pressure, we are going to create a new component, new folder, I mean, pressure, and we're going to extract the values as well, like we did to in other components. This is going to be a client component, and let's render this component. So pressure component. All right, so now let's save. All right, so let's see. Let's copy the starting point. So this is our starting point. Copy the class names. Copy this, and then pressure, class name. Actually, just do that, and then we're going to copy this one, and we can close this. All right, and so for pressure, I'm thinking we're going to be using pressure. We need a gauge, and then we need the pressure. We need to extract the data. All right, so for that, we are going to get the data from the context, and then we're going to extract pressure from main, skeleton, and then context. All right, so we have the data. So now what we need to do is to, let me see. Okay, so pressure. Here we display the pressure, and then I think the value is called HPA. I don't know what this stands for, but that's what the documentation says. Okay, so we have the value. Now what we need is the text. Okay, so we need a way to generate the text like we did before. We're going to create a function that's going to take in the pressure. So we're just going to also check what value our pressure is, and then display the text based on the pressure. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in some, so checking if the pressure is less than 1000, low pressure. If it's greater than 1000 and less than 1015, low pressure, expect weather changes. If it's greater than this, normal. This one is high pressure if it's in this range, and then if it's greater than this, very high pressure, and expect weather changes. Otherwise, we're going to return unavailable pressure data, something like that. Okay, you can do this to make it look nicer. or it's up to you how you decide to format this. All right, so now what we can do is take this, and here we are just going to put that function and then the pressure inside like that, and then we should have the pressure text. Okay, now what we need to do now is to work on this area here, map. So we're going to be using leaflet. Okay, so for that, let's commit this first, and then we're going to fit, and then pressure component. Let's commit. So hopefully, I was hoping to finish this before 12 p.m. Okay, so now for the map, we're going to leaflet react. I can't remember the actual name. React leaflet. Okay, so what we need to do is install this. Getting started. Installation. Where's the thingy? The command. Okay, there it is. So we're using npm. Copy this. We are going to actually. We don't need React. We just need React leaflet. All right, so let's install that. Okay. So for this one, it's going to be let me close all of these. Actually, we need the page for now. So this one is going to be outside. So this one is going to be Mapbox container, and then we're going to have a margin top empty 4, and then flex gap 4, flex, and then gap 4, something like that. And then we're going to have a Mapbox here, a Mapbox component. Let's go ahead and create the component. So with Mapbox component, okay, and then .tsx. It's going to be a client component, a functional component, and export. And then we're going to render the Mapbox. Okay, like that. Right. So now we are going to see what we're going to do with the Mapbox. So in the Mapbox, let's see what we are going to do with the styles. So let's do class name. So flex 1, and then basis. I want you to take 80% basis. We're going to do like this, and then we're going to take 50% actually, 50%, and then we're going to give it a border, and then co-span 3, something like this, and then rounded. I don't know why I'm giving it co-span 3 if we're not using a grid. And let me check. Okay. Okay, so flex basis, we don't need the co-span. Rounded. All right, so now for the width, I don't know why it's still occupying. Okay, I think we need a div here. Let's see. So for this one, for this div, I'm just going to give it some basic values. I'm going to give it a class name. Oops. Class name, we're going to name this states, and then flex flex column, and then we're going to gap 3, and then flex 1. Okay, perfect. So yeah, there it is. It's there now. Now let's focus on the Mapbox component. So for us to display the map, we need to import a few things. So we need to import from React leaflets. We need to import we need to import map container, tile layer, use map hook, and also we need to import some styles like this, leaflet, dist, and then CSS. Okay, so now we have that. We now need to display the map based on the actual coordinates. Okay, so we can put some random coordinates here. Const lon I don't know why it's saying 0. Okay, some random values here. And now we are going to do map container, and then we're just going to pass in some, oops. Okay, so here we have latitude and longitude. But why is there an error though? Center. So zoom 13, style. Why is there an error? Type center number. Zoom. Scroll. It's not assignable. Okay, let's keep going. So for the height, I'm going to, instead of 100%, actually I'm going to reduce by 2 rem. So we're going to do calc, and then we're going to do 100% minus 2 rem, something like this. All right, and for the width, we're going to do the same as well. So width 100%. Okay, so we're doing the same for the width and the height, 100% minus 2 rem. Class name, rounded LG, and then M4, something like that. And then in here, we're going to have a tile layer, and then URL. Just put this URL, the suggested one. Okay, so for this one, even href. Okay, so let me copy this link. Something like this. Okay, so I've read this on the documentation. By the way, you can copy this on the documentation. Okay, so there's an error here as well. Let's see, inspect. Let's give it a height. Okay, so there's a map here. It's showing something. Okay, because now we just give it a bit of height. But the reason it's not showing because we don't have, it's not stretching. We didn't set a height. Okay. So the other thing that we want to do here, we can sort of, we can fly to, let's say, to a position, okay, that we click on the map. So we want to do that. We're going to create a new function, sort of outside here, actually, a new component. So we're going to use that hook. So function, and then fly to v, actually fly to active city, and then active city coordinates, something like that. Then it's going to be a number. This is dun, 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 dun. What's going on here? Function. Let me get rid of this. Let's just do this. All right. So we can do something like this, because we're getting this issue because we're not using this. Okay, it's declared but it's never used. So we're gonna say const map use map, the hook use map, like this, and then we're going to use effect, and then we, every time the coordinates changes and also the map, we're going to, you know, affect this. We're going to change. This is going to re-render every time the active coordinates and the map changes. So we're going to check if active coordinates, and then we're going to say const zoom level. By default, we're going to set that to 13. You can set this to whatever you want, and then const fly to options. We're going to put the duration. I'm going to set that to 1.5 by default, the duration. And then here we're just going to do map.fly to active coordinates. Actually, so the fly to is going to be an array. Okay, so we are going to active coordinates. We're going to active coordinates dot latitude, and then active coordinates dot longitude, like this. Okay, by the way, we're still getting an error because it is any. We can sort of wait a minute. You know what, let me just ignore this for now. TS ignore to ignore the warnings. Okay, so now we have the coordinates, okay, and then we have the zoom level, and then we have the options, something like that. And then now let's go to, actually we are not returning in here. We need to return something. So return no. Okay, seems like there's an issue somewhere. I don't know what the issue is now. Nope. All right. Cannot find the issue. Oops. We are okay. I found it. Here it is. So now this fly to active city, we are just going to go down here after the tile layer, and then we're just going to do that. Oops, I'm going to do, it's a component, so fly to active city, and then it's going to take the active codes, active city. What did I name this? Active city coordinates, something like this. And then we're going to create some fake coordinates. All right, so we can do const. Actually, let's try to extract the data from focused, and then we can get the coordinates of this city actually. All right, so not in here, not in this component, but in here. Instead of doing this, focused, and then let's get context, and then we're going to get active city coordinates from focused, and then dot code. So it's going to be okay, so it's going to show it's undefined. It's going to be at undefined for a bit, but because we need to check for this data, so we need to check if not focused or this coordinates, or the coordinates, you know, we need to return. For now, let's just return a div, and then saying loading, something like this, loading, and then let's save. Okay, so now we've done the check. Now we can console log the coordinates. Let's see what we get. As you can see now, we have the longitude and latitude for the current active city now. Active city. So we can put that in here. Active codes, city coordinates. We can put that in here. Okay, codes. I mean, I'm just leaving it like this. So you can name this whatever you want. Okay, so now instead of doing this, now we can do active city like that. We're giving in the latitude and the longitude. Okay, now let's save. We should be able to see the current. Okay, seems like there's an issue. Fly to. Let's try to do this. All right. Oh, I found the mistake because this is an object. I forgot to put the curly braces around this parameter. So now it should be able to work. Let me refresh, and the error should disappear now. I don't think I'm running this project. I think I am. Okay. So as you can see now, the project is running. The map is not showing because there's no height here. So if we were to give it a specific height, I'm going to say 30 rem again. As you can see now, the map is showing. We're going to fix the height issue later. But for now, let's focus on creating the buttons here next to the map. So as you can see here, we have some buttons here. So for that, we are going to go back to the page. You know what? I'm just going to do the buttons in here, or you can create a separate component for that if you want to, but that's entirely up to you. So I'm going to put an H2 here, and then it's going to be top large cities. It's going to have a flex, item center, gap, and then I'm going to have a div. So for this div, I'm going to give it class name, flex, and then we're going to do flex column, and then I'm going to give it a gap of 4. All right, so what we're going to do, if you remember, we've created we've created an object, actually not an array, called actually a file called default states. So this should be an array. So we need to map through this array because it's going to be our starting point of our data. So when we click each of these, it's going to navigate to a specific city. So let's iterate through the default states. I'm going to open the curly braces and then we're going to import default states. Okay, and then we're just going to iterate through the default states like that. Okay, and we are going to return. I think we can return a button here or we can return a div. It's up to you. So we're going to return a div. And in this case, we need to give it a key because it's a list. So let's give it an index as a key. And then we're going to, actually, I'm thinking I'll just do a p tag here. And then this is be state.name. Okay, like that. We should see a list of items here. Okay, so for that, we're going to also give it a class name. We need to style this. So class name, we're going to have a border, and then rounded LG, rounded large, and then we're going to give cursor pointer. And then for dark theme, we are going to have BG dark gray. I think that's the color name. And then we are also going to have a shadow small, shadow SM, and then on dark, we're going to have shadow none, like that. So we don't have the shadow when it's dark. All right, so now as you can see, the buttons are now showing nicely. Now let's style the p tag. So for the p tag, I'm just going to give it a padding left and right. I'm going to set to px6 left and right, and then I'm going to do py4 like that. So we should have bigger buttons now. Perfect. So let's see why there's no gap. So there should be a gap here. There should be gap 4, by the way, not height, gap. So we should see a nice gap between the buttons. And as you can see now, our map is now showing nicely. There's a bit of a height on our map. Okay, so now let's go to the footer. Let's create a footer component, and then we'll move on to the 5-day focus like this. So now let's focus on the footer. Let's go to the components. Let's actually, we don't need to create a new component for the footer. We can just edit. We can add the footer in here. So we can do footer. So for the footer, we're going to flex this class name, flex, and then we're going to justify center, and then padding bottom, PB6. And then in the footer, we're going to have a p tag, class name, we're going to do text, SM, and then we're going to do flex, and then we're going to do item center, gap 1, like that. Let me see the original one. So the footer, okay, when we hover, it lights up when we hover the footer. Okay, something like that. So to do that, I'm going to create a class name, as a custom class name in the p tag. I'm just going to name it footer text. All right, so for that, we are going to do made by. You can put your name, and then we're going to do an image. So make sure you import the image from Next image, and then the source is going to be something like that, and then height and width 20. So the logo that I'm going to be using is logo white.svg, like that. So let's save. We should be able to see something. There it is, made by. And we should also have, this should be, instead of this image, can be outside. We can put a footer here, not a footer, I mean an A tag. So made by, and then I'll put let's say your website or whatever. I'm gonna put my website, and then target blank to open a new page. Target blank, so we can open a new page when we click, and then we're going to give it a class name. So class name, we're going to do text green 300 like that, and then we're going to do font bold, and then we're just going to say the code dealer like that. We should be able to see the footer. By the way, if you want to do the server, you can do with CSS, but I think I'm just going to ignore it for now. We can do it later if it's necessary. All right, so now that's the footer. We can actually increase the, let's increase the padding. PY, I'm gonna say 8, for example. I'm gonna say 6. Okay, and let me do 4. So PB, and this one should be 10. Okay, actually 8. Adding bottom 8, just balance it out, something like that. All right, so now we have the footer. So now let's work on the 5-day forecast. Okay, so for this one, I think we've already done the 5-day. Where's the context? So if we go to the context folder, where is it? There it is. So we have the 5-day forecast. All right, so API, let's check where we are fetching the 5-day. So we have the pollution, 5-day, UV. Okay, so yeah, we have everything we need. So now we just need to display that data. All right, so now let's go ahead, and I'm looking for the component. Okay, so now in the page, oops. So for now, just ignore these warnings in the map, by the way. Ignore these are TypeScript warnings. There's nothing wrong with everything we're doing, but they're just TypeScript warnings. All right, so let's create a new component. 5-day forecast, like this, and then let's create a component, JSX, then functional component, export. It's going to be client component as well. Use client, and then it's going to be here. So this is going to be 5-day forecast, like that. Okay, there it is. So pretty much we're going to do the same styling, the same paddings, the same border and everything. So we're going to start with PT, PT6 padding top, and then PX4 like that, and then we're going to do a border and rounded and flex column, rounded flex column, and then finally we're going to justify between, and when it's dark mode, we're just going to put that gray color. Okay, so now we should be able to have this, because it's flex 1, that's why it's stretching. So if I remove this, it won't stretch. Okay, so flex 1 fills up the remaining space. Okay, that's why we're using flex 1. Perfect. So now we have that. We need to do the actual data. Let's do the title first. Remember the structure we've been using. So we have the top bit, By the way, this class name, it doesn't do anything, so I just prefer to name it like this. So we have the top bit, and then we have that h2 copy from any of the components that we've done. So now we are going to do a calendar icon. Calendar, we're going to import a calendar icon from utils. Okay, and then we don't have the city yet, so now there it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to extract the data from the forecast. So here we are going to say const 5-day forecast equal to global context, and then import the global context. We have the data already. Now we're just going to destructure some properties, and then if we don't have those properties, we are going to put a loading screen. Okay, so we're destructuring list and city from the 5-day forecast. All right, so now we can do city.name here for city.name. So hopefully we should be able to see New York here, 9-day forecast for New York. Actually, this should be 5-day forecast. It depends. If you have a membership, you can do 5-day, 10 days, whatever. But I think we are limited to 5 days for free. All right, so we have the 5-day forecast for New York. What we need to do now is, oh, it's actually snowing in New York. Okay, so what we actually need to do now, let's see. Let's start with, okay, let's start with this component here, and then we're just going to duplicate. So what we need to do first is to, let me just show you. So we have, let me try to log the data. So cog list. So to show you, to give you an idea of what we're getting. So we have an array of 40. Okay. So we need to process this data here. So we need to display 5 days. Okay. So what we need to do, we're going to create a new function, const process data, and then here we're going to take the data, okay, equal to, we're going to check the data. It's going to be an arrow function, an arrow function, process data. So we're going to process the data. So now we are going to take the data, and then we're going to map through that data. Okay, so we're going to say data, and then we're going to do, let's get the max value and then the minimum value. Okay, let's do const, actually let min, let's do min temp, and then we're going to equal to number dot max value, and then we're going to do max and then min value. Okay, so, and then we're going to do that data dot for each. Okay, and then we can name this day or entry, whatever. By the way, we can put a type here. So by default it's going to have an any type, but you can kind of put, let's do that actually. So the data, we're going to extract. What are we going to extract in here? We're going to do main. Let's do this. So here we're going to do data. All right, data, and then we're going to do main. So main, we are also going to have temp So the data we're going to pass in here is going to have these properties, by the way. So let's actually name it properly. So this should be daily data, and then main, and then we have temp, min, and then it's going to be a number, and then we have temp max, which is also going to be a number. And also, by the way, we're going to have date dt, which is going to be a number as well, like that. Perfect. So let's see this. Let's do COG 5-day focus, so you can kind of see the data we're dealing with. As you can see here, we're going to have main. Okay, so that's the daily data, and then main. In the main, we're going to have dt somewhere. Actually, not in the main, but it's going to be in the daily data. dt should be somewhere. There it is. That's the date. The date, main. So the main, we have the temp max and temp min, which is in Kelvin. We're going to convert this to Celsius as well, because we have the function, the utility function to do that. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. It's going to pass in an object in here, which is this daily data here. Okay, it's an object, and then we're basically just setting the types to number for temp min and temp max, and then date. It's in Unix. We're going to convert that to normal date as well. Okay, actually, this is going to be an list. So it's going to be an array of objects actually. So it's an array of objects. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to wrap this like this with an object, and then do this. Wait a minute. What am I missing here? Data. Oops. Daily data. Okay, it should be here. I was missing it. Okay, so it should be here. I wasn't seeing this curly brace, so now I can see it now. So it's an array of objects. Okay, so the properties of that object, we're just setting the types. All right, so now we are now going to loop for the data. Actually, we actually need to do the same here. So here, let's do the same. We're going to do day. You can name this whatever you want, or you can name it entry. And then here we're going to have main. So main, and then we're going to do the same here. Okay, save. All right, and down here, so this should be daily data now. Daily data now, and then we're going to check if. So if day dot main dot temp min is less than min temp, we're just going to return min temp. We're going to set that to daily dot main dot temp min, and then we're going to also do that for the max temp. Okay, so if day dot main dot temp max is greater than max temperature, and then we're going to set the max temperature variable to day dot main dot temp dot max, not dot max, but underscore max, like that. We're going to return an object as well. So after this for loop, we're going to return an object. So we're going to return min temp, max temp. Actually, we also need to return day. So the day we need to do Unix to time, and then we're going to convert the daily data. I was selecting the first item, and then .dt, and then we're going to say that we're going to convert that to normal time. Okay, so we seem to have an issue. Okay, okay, we're missing. Wait a minute. Okay, so how many arguments did I add? So we have daily data. we have main. Okay, main. I don't know why I'm getting this warning. Return expected 2 arguments burger 1. Unix to time, Unix to time, Unix to time. Actually, we need Unix to weekday. We need to create a new function here. Okay, so because this is Unix to time, but we need to create a weekday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, so export Unix to day. So it's going to take a Unix number, and then actually we don't need the time zone. So Unix, and then we're going to return moment.unix, and then here we're going to do Unix, and then format. We're just going to do day like this. Okay, so like Wednesday, WED. That's the format we're going to be using. So Unix to, what did I name this function? Unix to day. Okay, so now we should have a function that returns day, min temp, and max temp. Okay, let's try to COGS this function here, but we need to put data. So we're going to process the list like this. Let's see what we have. As you can see now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, it seems like we have 6 days. I don't know why. Okay, now we have the data. So we need to go back. Let's chop this. Actually, this data, we need to chop it up. So I'm going to say const daily focus equal to an empty array. Okay, and then I'm just going to push some items in here. We're going to loop for let I equal to 0. So we're going to the initial value is going to be 0, and then as long as I is less than 40, because the list, I think it has 40 items, 40, and then I plus equal to 8. All right, something like that. And then we are going to say const daily data equal to list, and then we're going to slice it like that. Actually, let's do 5, not 8. And then we're going to say daily focused like this, and then we're just going to push, and then process data, and then the process data. So we're calling this function, and then we're going to process the daily data, and then we're going to push that process data into this array. All right, I'm doing this in the wrong place, by the way. I need to cut this. This should be done after. Okay, like that. So now if I COG now, we should have 5 items. Okay, so Tuesday, 5 items. So we should have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it's gonna keep rotating based on the day. Okay, so it starts from Tuesday with the current day, and it's going to show the temperatures. All right, the min and max on average. So now we are going to display the data. So after the h2, which is I'm going to by the way, this class name doesn't matter. So here we can do a div, and then we can say focused list, and then pt, something like this. I don't know, something like that. That might work, or pt4. And then what is the name of the variable? So daily focus. Copy this variable name because we're going to iterate through this variable. We're going to iterate through the variable. Oops. Dot map. Okay, and I'm going to return. Return a div, something like that. So we are going to get the focus, the day actually, day, and then we can get the index, and then key you can just put as in the index. All right, so we have a list now. We should see some nothing yet, but we can see some items here now. Okay, it's 5 items. Now what we're going to do is give this class name. Where we have daily forecast, and then we have py4, and then we're going to display flex and flex column, and then justify evenly. All right, and we're also going to give a border bottom 2 pixels, so that's why border 2. So as you can see now, we have a border bottom of 2 pixels for each item we're mapping through. Perfect. So now we are going to do a p tag. We're going to do day dot day. It should be day dot day. It should show the day. So now Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all the way to Saturday. And then we are going to do another p tag. Yeah, so we have 2 spans in here, and then we have low. Oops. We have low, and then we have high. Okay, high, like this. All right, so what we're going to do is just to style this. I'm going to give it a min width of 3 rem. All right, and the text to text XL, and then this one text small. Class name, the text is going to be small, and then flex, display flex, justify between, like this. So low to high, that's why we're using justify between. All right, so next one, we're going to move on to, we're going to create another div actually after this. So pp, let's create a new div, and then we're going to have a p tag in here, dot font bold. So it's going to be a bold p tag, and then we're going to do focus, actually not focus but day. I don't know why I did day, and then we're going to do dot min temp, and then something like that. All right, but let's move to fixed. All right, so let's see. Oh, we have not converted this, by the way, to, we need to convert that to what's the name again, Kelvin to Celsius. So we have the function already, so we are going to do Kelvin to Celsius like that, and then Kelvin to Celsius. So it should show the proper values like this. As you can see now, it's showing the proper values. All right, so let's keep going. We need to do this for the high as well, because we have the low number now. Wait a minute, so we have this one, we actually need something in between. So temperature dot temperature. So this is just going to be a div. So what we're going to do with this one, we're going to flex to 1. We're going to fill up the remaining space. That's why we're setting the flex to 1. And then width full, we're setting that to 100%. And then height, we're going to set that to 2. I can't remember what value is this. This is 0.5 rem. And then rounded LG. Okay, it's going to be rounded. Perfect. So now let's copy this p tag. We are going to paste it again. And then we're going to have, this should be max temperature. All right, so why is this? Okay, because we're not flexing. So we need to do class name. We're going to do flex 1 and then display flex. And then item center. And then justify between. And then gap. We're going to set that to 4 just to be consistent. Gap 4. So you should see now it's looking decent. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's looking decent. No complaints. So what we need to do is to do this progress bar. So we have this class called temperature. Let's go to CSS. Where's CSS? Global. And let's have this. So we have the progress temperature. Okay, so in this global, we're just going to style this. So I'm going to be using a background image, and then I'm just going to mash in a lot of colors. So it's going to be a linear gradient. I'm going to write and then just some colors. You can pick. I just found this on the internet. You can pick any colors you want, by the way. And then, yeah, we should have a gradient like this. Okay. I don't think this color these colors look nice. By the way, you can try to find something that looks nicer for you. You can only maybe put 2 colors like this, or 3 colors. I don't know, something like that. I think I'll leave it like this actually. So cold to warm. I don't know, something like that. All right, so we have a new color now. I think I like this better than this one. Okay, so I think we need to commit this. So we've done quite a few components. So we're going to do fit. Fit. So we've done 5-day focused. 5-day focused, and then I think we've done Mapbox. I'm just going to save this as is. All right, so we should have committed our changes. I think the stuff that's left is we're going to map through this command list here. We're going to map through here. We're going to be clicking and navigating to the current coordinates. Okay, I think we're going to be using another API for searching like this. For example, if I'm to search Manchester. So you're going to see, I don't know why Manchester's not showing. Let's try Liverpool, like this. I can click, and then we can see the weather of Liverpool. All right, and we can also search, for example, we can search Cape Town like this, and then the weather is going to show. Okay, so now let's work on the input. So when I search here, like Liverpool, I want to navigate to Liverpool. So let's start with the default data. Let me clear this. So we have this default data. So let's start with that. So let's go to the global context. We don't need all of these. I'm going to close others. Okay, so let's go to global. Okay, so I'm going to create a new state actually. So this state, I'm going to call it geocoded. Okay, const. So this is going to be a geocoded list. Geocoded list like this. Okay, it's going to be the default stuff is going to be default states. Okay, which is our array. So now what we want to do is send this geocoded list. Let's send it down the state. So we need to have access to it in the what component is this? In the search dialog. Okay, so in the search dialog, we want to have access to the geocoded list. So here we have suggestions. Here we're just going to get geocoded list from state const geocoded list equal to use global context like that. So now we should be able to map through this. Okay, so we're gonna say dot length. Okay, dot length. If it's equal to 0, the length. If we don't have anything, and then we're just going to return a p tag, and then we're just gonna say no results. Okay, so if we search for something, if there's nothing, we're going to return no results. Okay, we have something, that's why you see no results. Now we are going to map geocoded list. We are going to map this, and let's me close. Okay, and then we're going to return. So what are we going to return? We're going to return a div, and then let's do a key, and then we're going to pass in the index unique key. All right, so now instead of a div, we're going to return a list. A list li tag, and then we're going to destructure. We're going to destructure the country name, and also we need to destructure the state like this. Why do we have an error? Okay, so here let's do something like this. This should be a number. This should be a number, but what properties do we have here? We have name, name, country, state, like that. It should be state. Okay, so, and then we have the key. Let's do the class name, and then we're going to start with py. We're going to set that to 3, and then px, we're going to set that to 2, and then text sm, and then we're going to set the cursor to default. Okay, cursor to default like that. Okay, so, and then in the li tag, we're going to have a p tag. All right, and the class name, let's name it text for now, and then we're gonna do name, state, and country, something like this. Okay, actually for state, if we have the state, sometimes we might not have state, by the way. So state and and then plus something like this. Okay, so if you have state, and then we're gonna display the state plus this. Okay, so let's see. Click, nothing happens. Dun, dun, dun. Let's refresh this. Click. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a list now. Okay, but we need to do a hover for this. Okay, so hover, we're gonna set, actually, what is it? Hover bg accent. So we're gonna set this. Oops. So this is going to be our hover effect. Okay. This hover effect should be also rounded. Okay, so let's try that. Rounded SM. Rounded SM. Let's try that. Hover. Okay, so now it's rounded, but we don't want it to disappear, by the way. So we want it to be something like, you know, like this. So it's not disappearing. Okay, so we want it to always be active. So we need a state to check if we are hovering the item. Okay, so it's just a true false state that we need. It's nothing complicated. It's just to check if we're hovering. So we're gonna say const. So the state, we're gonna say hovered. We're getting the index of the hovered item. Okay, so by default it's going to be 0. So by default it's going to start at the first item 0. Okay, and we want to set it to true when we hover the item. Not to true, I mean we're going to set the index to whatever item we're hovering on. Okay, so to do that we are going to go here and then oops, we're going to do on mouse enter. Okay, set hovered to index. So we're setting the state, changing this state to the current index. So this is the, so we're getting the index here as well. So we're mapping, we have the index here of each item. So whatever we're hovering on, we're getting that index of the item and put that index to the state. All right. So we got that, and then let me cut this and do this. So once we have that, so by the way, I'm going to make this into a template literal. Template literal. So we're going to do something. Oops. Instead of doing this, I'm gonna cut accent. Okay, so we don't need the hover. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say like this, and then I'm going to say hovered index. Hovered index equal to index. We're checking the internal operator, checking if it's the current item that we are hovering on, if it's same as the index in our state. And then we're going to set, we're setting the bg. Oops, setting bg accent as the accent, bg accent. Otherwise, we're going to set it to none, like that. I don't know if this is, let me save. Okay, seems to be working to me. Okay, refresh, I'm gonna click. Nice. Click. Nice. Okay. Nice. Now we've done the input. Let's go to, so we need a way to get the data based on the search. Okay, so we need a handle change on the input. Okay, so basically we need, where is the input? I'm looking for the input command. Okay, yeah, for this command input. So I'm looking for, we need some state for that. So let's go back to the global. We can create some state there, or we can create it in that component, but I'm just going to create it in the global. Okay, so let's search. Okay, let's do it somewhere here. Handle input const handle input, and then we're going to take the event, and then here we're going to we need some state for that. Let's name this input value, and then set input value like that. And then we need to set input value to e.target.value. Okay, so if the input, so if we type something in the input, if e.target value equal to an empty string, we're going to reset this state to geocoded list to default states like that. So now we should have now we should have the input value and the handle input. So that's what we need to get in here. We need input value, and then we need the handle input, handle input. All right, so what we're going to do is going back to the here. Okay, so let's set the on change and the input value like that. Why do we have an error? Actually, it should be on change capture like that. That was we're using not Tailwind. We're using ChatCN. I don't know why we need to use on change capture, but hopefully we should type something. Okay, and when I refresh, the default state is going to be there, but we don't see anything yet because we're not displaying the results we're searching for. Okay, so let's start by fetching the data based on the city you enter. So I'm just thinking where to begin doing this. So let's start with, okay, so let's see what we have first. So let me collapse this equality. Okay, so geocoded input value. Okay, so by default, I'm actually going to say const active. I'm going to create a new state, active city coordinates. Okay, active city coordinates like this. This is going to be an array that is going to have 2 coordinates of numbers. I'm just going to paste the coordinates here. Okay, so active coordinates, we're going to change these coordinates based on the city. Okay, so we have that. We need to active coordinates. Okay, we can now this one issued this, so this function, the fetch forecast, should have the active coordinates as well. So here we can do lon and lat like that. Lon, actually let's start with latitude and then longitude. Lat, lon, lat, then lon, lat, lon, like that, and then lat, lon, latitude and longitude. Okay, So now we have that. We need to change some stuff here. So let's start with the fetch focused weather. We're going to get the URL, by the way. So let's make this template literal. Template literal. Okay, and then we're going to pass in the latitude, and then we'll put in the variable, the parameter here, and then we have the longitude. We're using the long variable as well. Okay, that's the complete URL, and we need to do the same here. Pollution. Okay, so for this one, fetch air quality, we are going to do this. Get rid of this, get rid of this. All right, so lat and lon like this. All right, 5-day, we're going to do the same thing. Lat and lon like that. We're going to extract those values, by the way, in our server. All right, and like that. So we should. All right, so we should. I think we should have errors by now. Let me refresh. Okay, we don't have errors because we have not changed stuff in our server. Okay, so let's start with weather. So here we're going to extract the lat and longitude. So we're going to say const search params equal to, we're going to say request.next URL, and then dot search params, and then we're going to get the latitude and longitude from the search params. Okay, like that. So we should definitely get an error. Okay, so now there's no data because we did not provide the latitude and longitude. All right, so let's refresh. Yeah, no data here. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to go to UV. We're going to do the same stuff. Okay, request does not exist on type. Wait, which file are we on? UV. What are we using here? We're using fetch. Oh, this should be request. I don't know why it says response there. Request like that. So we should also get an error for UV. Let's go to pollution. Do the same and get rid of this. Okay, we're getting the latitude and longitude, and also 5-day. Get rid of these. All right, so now we should see nothing. Okay, there's some components which have not done the proper loading screen. All right, so let's go back. Global context. So now I just need to pass in the array here. So the name of our array, what did we name our array? Active coordinates. So we should do active codes 101 like this. Okay, active coordinates. So what we're essentially doing is we are getting the first element of the array and then the second element, so which is latitude and then the longitude. Okay, first and second element at the initial coordinates. Okay, but I want this state, I want everything re-render every time the active city coordinates changes. Okay, and then we're going to trigger a re-render. So now let's see, let me refresh. Okay, so now it's showing data, but there's no data available for this one. Actually, we need to center this more. Okay, but yeah, we have the data. We can change these coordinates and the data is going to change. So we need a way to change those coordinates. So we need to create a new file here to use to fetch the data of a city and then display. So now we need to get geocoded data, geocoded, and then we need to create route.ts. All right, so for this one, we are essentially doing a get request again. So get, this should be next request, and then we should do try catch, and then cog error return new next response. It should be, it's fine, new response. All right, so here we are going to do the API key process.env. We're getting the API key, and then we're going to say const search params like that, and then we're going to say const city equal to search params dot get. We're going to search for city, search, right, and then const URL. So for the geocoded, I believe I'll paste down the URL. So URL for geocoded, this is the URL. By the way, you can just go to the OpenWeather and search for geocoded. Okay, OpenWeather Geo 1.1 to get the geocoded data. So you can just say OpenWeather geocoded, something like that. You can, get the URL from here, and you can see the stuff geocoded. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to fetch const response equal to await axios dot get, and then we're going to return next response. Make sure you import that from next server. So we have that. So we need to go back and fetch the geocoded 5-day geocoded const. So for the geocoded, we're just going to create a new function to fetch that. You can name this whatever you want. So fetch geocoded list. So for this one, this is going to be search or list, input, whatever. Search, and then we're going to try catch. All right, and then we're going to cog this. Okay, so now we're gonna say const response equal to axios. We're going to get, should be geocoded, and then search like this. Search, and then equal to search, the first search variable. Okay, and then we're going to set geocoded list to, we're changing based on whatever data that is coming from the state. Okay, now let's clg response.data. Okay, so now let's do the fetch geocoded city. So let's try here. Fetch. No. Let's try London. Let's see what we have on initial render. Length. Okay, because I think there's an issue somewhere with the data. Search box. Search dialog. Okay, so what am I checking for? Length. Alright, we're checking for length or 0. Let's try and oh, my keyboard is weird, so I cannot find the okay. Or not geocoded list. Okay, or if we don't have it, we're just gonna say no results. Why is it? I don't know why it's geocoded listed map. Okay, so if okay, so let's check again. Geocoded list like this, and then we're going to map only if there's the data. All right, so let's see what we have in the console. So we have a city. Wait, what is this? 5 day. I don't know what is even coming in the okay. So now okay, perfect. Give me a moment. I'm getting confused now. Active coordinates. Okay, so I just realized I had forgotten to put a weight here. A weight, we should have the data, the geocoded list. So let's see our console. There it is. So we have some items here, geocoded list. When I change this to something else, if I change it to Liverpool, we should see some results too. Okay, so there's Liverpool results. So what we need to do now is every time we search something to constantly do a fetch. Okay, so Liverpool, and then okay, so we want to run the function. We want to run this function here, the fetch geocoded list, but we're going to be using some utilities coming from a package called Lodash. So npm I Lodash. So we're going to be using a debounds feature to put a delay in our input. When we're searching for something, we want to put a delay when to fetch this data. So we're going to put like a, let's say, a 1 second delay every time you type something in the search. As I go back, when I type London, there's going to be a delay to show the data. Okay, here when I type London, there's going to be a delay. Okay, so we want to put that, we want to like keep calling the function every time we type a word, not a word but a letter. So to do that, we install the package Lodash. Let's go back to, okay, let's remove this now. So we want to get the input to fetch based on the input. So we have the input already, we have the input value already. So let's do a debounds feature here. Debounds. Okay, so we're going to debounds. Here we're going to be using a use effect. And then for this one, we're going to do based on the input value. We're going to fetch re-render based on the input value. All right, so when the input value changes, and then we're going to do stuff. So const debounced, you can name this whatever you want. Okay, fetch, and then we're going to equal to debounce. So we need to import Lodash, by the way. So let's go up here. We're going to import. So there's some useful utilities from Lodash. So debounce like this from Lodash like that. So we have the debounce. All right, so here debounce, and then it's going to take in a callback function, and then we're just going to name this search. Okay, like that. And then we need to also put the duration in milliseconds. So let's put 500 milliseconds. That's when we want to call the function. What did I name this? Oh, deep. Wrong spelling. Okay, so we're going to fetch the geocoded list. Okay, and then it's going to take a search parameter, and we're going to check if we have the input value, and then we're going to call run this, the debounce fetch, okay, with a 500 milliseconds delay, and then we're going to basically do a cleanup and we're going to return a function, a cleanup function, and then here we're just going to say debounce fetch, and then debounce fetch like this, and then dot cancel, just a cleanup. This should be cleanup like that. So this is going to run every time the input changes, but there's going to be a delay to run this function. Okay, to run the fetch geocoded list, there's going to be a delay. All right, so what we need to do now is in here, the data, every time I update the input, and then geocoded list will run. Okay, by the way, geocoded list results are coming from the geocoded here. Okay, so now let's save. So let's try. Let's try here. Okay, so as you can see now, it's showing results. Okay, I can search Malaga. It's showing Malaga. All right, so now it's working. It is working. We need to, let me try to, okay, we don't have an error. Get rid of this console. All right, I think that's what we want for now. We need to work on the click functionality. Okay, so when I click, I want to get the information of the clicked item here. So to get that information, we are going to wait a minute, state. So active seed coordinates. So we need to change this. So whatever we click into, we want to change the coordinates, the current active coordinates. So we need to change as long as we click something. So I'm going to send the set active city coordinates. So now let's go to the search dialog. All right, so when we click something, we want to, change the state. Okay, so here, input. So in this case, I'm going to say const, we're getting the active set active coordinates, the state, we're changing. This is for changing. So we're going to use the global context update because we're updating the state. So we're not getting values, but we're updating the state. So what we're going to do now to update this, whatever we click on, we want to put that information in the state, and then get the coordinates of that. All right, so let's go back to here. All right, so I'm just thinking where to do this. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to do on click. It's going to take a callback function. So here we're going to say get clicked. Actually, so let's create a function first called get clicked coordinates. Const get clicked coordinates, and then here we're going to take a lat, which is going to be a number, and then a lon, which is going to be a number, and then here we're going to set the active city coordinates to this. Okay, so now let's save. So what we can do is we can just go down here, and then just get coordinates like this, geocode list. Okay, what is it? Actually, it should be item. Item. It should be item. So it should be something like item dot lat and item dot lon, but we set that as an object. Instead, I can just do this instead of an object. Let's do this. All right, so lat does not exist. Wait a minute. So we have name. Actually, sometimes we do not have. Wait a minute, let me check the type of data. What's the default states? I'm just looking for here default states. So yeah, we have okay, we need to include lat and lon, something like that. Actually, wait, item. Oh, it's in the item. So something like this in the item. Okay, so now let's see. There's an issue somewhere. Set active coordinates. Wait a minute. Active city coordinates. Wait a minute. Actually, this should be set active. Okay, set active city coordinates. Okay. What's the issue here? It's undefined. Let's check global context provider, context update. Okay, so we actually need to pass in the data because we're not passing in the data. All right, so here we need to set value here, and then set active city codes, something like this. All right, so now let's click this. It should change. Okay, as you can see, it's changing now. Based on some of the data is not available on other cities. All right, so It's changing. Let's try another city. Let's try New Delhi. I don't know anything pretty much. And the data is working. Let's try. I'm just thinking of any capital. Minsk. Let's try that. Click. It's working. Okay. Let's try Zanzibar. Doesn't seem to have the data. Mombasa. Nope. Some of the data is not available. But yeah, as you can see, it's working. But what is this component? It seems to be missing a lot of data. Wind. Okay. Barcelona. Okay, so yeah, so the data is showing, but we need to change this map as well. Okay, so we need to kind of fly to that location based on the coordinates. So to do that, let's go to, what is that component? Close others. Actually, we have not made a commit in a while. So let's do fit. Let's do search, and what else? Debounds. I don't know. Debounds, not def bounds, but debounds. Okay, and we need to get rid of these consoles as well. G-coded. Okay, it's no longer there. So let's go to the Mapbox, and then we need to work on. Let's work on the fly. So for coordinates, we need to get active city coordinates. Okay. Okay, active city coordinates. Okay. I don't know why it's not changing based on the active city code. So let's check. Active city coordinates is changing, but I don't know why it's not flying to that location. That is weird. Because here it should re-render based on the active coordinates. Okay, fly to zoom level. Okay, active city dot coordinates. Okay, what am I missing here? What am I missing? Border. Okay, it looks alright, but here, active city codes. Or something like this. Okay, it was wrong name of the prop, I guess. Now it's flying. The active city. Alright, I don't know about this warning. You can just copy this warning and put it on Google or something and see why you get this warning. It has to do with leaflets. Okay, I think we have all we need, but let's adjust this. No data available. No data available. So we let's try to center this. Let's do class name. Let's do flex. Justify center. Justify center, and then we're going to do items center. Let's see if it's centered. All right. not bad. So no data available, or you can leave it to, you can make this load if you want to. I think let's do that. I think that's more interesting than this one. Length is less than 1. You can just do this, copy this. I think this is not going to work properly because, oops, because there's a padding inside. So what we can do is, wait a minute, let me think. If no data, okay, so what we can do, we can do it up here. Okay, so if what is the name again? Today focused length is less than 1, we can just do it up here. It's less than 1, and then we're going to wait, where am I getting this? Okay, we need to do it after somewhere here, maybe, perhaps, and then we're going to return skeleton like that. Width full, let me check. I think that was co-span cursor item, height full. Okay, so I need to copy this co-span. Okay, copy that, and then we just need to do the same here and paste. So it should just load like this, or you can show no data available. That's entirely up to you, or you can just leave it like this. Okay, I think that's all of the functionality that we're after. Actually, it's not all of it. We need to do some mobile styles, but yeah, I think pretty much a lot of stuff here is working. A lot of stuff is working properly, but some of that stuff is not working, not to the standard that I want. So let's go to global CSS. So let's do some media queries here. I'm going to target its media screen. I'm going to do end max. Actually, we're going to do max width. The maximum here. Let's do 581. 581 pixels. Let's search for btn. Okay, so for button group, this one I'm going to copy. So let's do 581. So somewhere like this. This button group, we're going to do position of absolute. So like that. Button group, we are going to do position, actually should be fixed. Position fixed, and then bottom, we're going to set that to 2%. Setting bottom 2%, and then right, we're going to set that to something like 1 rem, and then z index, we're going to set that to 1000, and then I'm just going to put a box shadow. So we're going to have 2 pixels x and then 3y, 0.5 blur, and then RGBA. So there's our buttons at the bottom, like that. Okay, so we should have enough space at the top. All right, so we remove the buttons like that. Perfect. So now we have the buttons. I'm going to get a search container. Search container. This search container here is a container of the search. Okay, so search container. I'm going to search width 100% and search button also width 100%, like that. All right. And then I'm going to target search button, and then the button, and then width 100%, something like that. So this should be, so this is the search button. Search container width is already full. Button width should be 100% for this one. Width 100%. All right, and then the button width should be 100%, like that. That's what we're after. So search button, I don't know why the width is not 100%. Okay, so let's inspect. Why is our media query not working on search button? So search button, okay, it should be btn. So search btn. Okay, so the width should be 100%, like that. So yeah, all right, something like that. By the way, you can add like a key, a shortcut to search, by the way, like Command F. You can add the shortcut. That's your homework to do. All right, so I think we just need to do this input. All right, we can toggle to light. Oops, to light. Actually, we need to work on the border, not the border, but the shadow. The shadow should go on the actual button, not on the container. Okay, so yeah, you can do that by yourself. Dark. All right, so instead of to go on the group, you can do this button first child. Okay, you can do .btn group button something like that. Actually, you should go on the button. Okay, so it should be on the button, but I think it's too intense. Okay, you can do something like this. I don't know, that's up to you. Work it out. I think the only thing that's left, it's the map. Okay, so for the map, I'm going to do a Mapbox container. So after these media queries, I am going to do a 10 Mapbox. I'm going to say flex directly into column, and then I'm going to target the first child and set the height to 24 rem. Okay, so this height, first child, select a Mapbox and then the first div, first child, and then the height to 24 rem, and then the flex is going to be column like this. Okay, at 10, that's when it's going to happen. All right, so that's for the Mapbox. And the other thing that I want is to order the source code button. So I want the source code to be at the end here. So what I'm going to do is to order this using flex. So I'm going to say in this smaller screen, oops, here, I'm just going to order the source code button to -1, and then they're going to flip, they're going to swap places. All right, so now with the theme here. All right, so that's what we're after. So I think the only thing that's left is if you want to, I don't know, if you want to do this hover effect here. Oops. Okay, so the order didn't change. I was looking at the wrong thing. So the order did not change. Let's see why. Source code button. Okay, so we didn't give that button a name. Button. Oh, we are in the navbar. Source code btn. I believe that's the name. All right, so now we swap the order of the items. So by the way, if you want to do this, this hover effect here, I'm just going to paste the styles. I'm lazy to do it from. I'm just going to target the footer. Yeah, I'm just going to target the footer, and then the image, I'm just going to make it grayscale by default. And then on the dark mode, it's going to be grayscale. When I hover, it's going to show color, something like that. Okay. I think that's it. That's most of the functionality. If you have any more questions, you can ask me in the comment section, or you can request any more tutorials that you want to see in the future. And yeah, that's it. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one.